the Fnatic can do to come out of this one.
Wow, the shockwave comes down. Phreak, he's going to be finished off, but look at Piglet!
RYL is going to be walking their way into the base on this one. Boom! Headshot goes down.
The first victim is watching the Wraith of Swords are on the retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, SKT have done it.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
Welcome to the Season 3 World Championship Final! I'm Sjokz reporter coming to you live from the Staples Center here in Los Angeles, California. Now, over the last 12 months, teams from around the globe have been fighting for the same goal, the Summoners Cup. And tonight, there's only 2 teams left standing. Korea's Telecom1 and China's RYL Club. Tonight, they will face off in the World Final, and when the last Nexus falls, the victor will have its name inscribed on the Summoners Cup forever as the Season 3 World Champion. But before SKT and RYL Club take to the Rift, let's send it around Staples Center, starting with the awesome gentleman at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. I am Lee D-Man-Smith, and joining me at the caster desk tonight for Season 3 World Final is going to be Rivington Biz on the third, and of course Joshua Jat Leesman.
Yeah, and guys, the semifinals were awesome, so I cannot wait to see how SK Telecom matches up with the highly aggressive RYL Club.
All right, but before we get to the best of 5 final, let's send it across the Staples Center and check in with Quickshot and the guys at the Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Riv, and thank you to the Staples Center. My name's Trevor Quickshot Henry, alongside David Phreak Turney.
And this is the spot where we will bring you guys all the analysis, the highlights, and the predictions for tonight's final, starting with our extended pre-game coverage.
Right, now though, I would like to introduce the gentlemen who've been dropping knowledge on us since the group stage started. OG Encaster Monte Cristo, Evil Genius's Crepo, and Counter Logic Gaming's Double Lift. That's what I like to hear. Well, guys, before we get to the world final between SKT and RYL Club, let's examine how these 2 teams got here, starting with the tournament bracket.
All right, so coming into this tournament, SK Telecom T1 was Korea's 3rd seed. They placed first in their group, and then in the quarterfinals, they took out the Taiwanese champs Gamma Bears. Then they narrowly defeated Korea's #1 seed, Najin Black Sword, in the semifinals. On the other side, RYL Club was China's #1 seed coming into Worlds. That earned them a bye into the quarterfinals. There, they swept past their Chinese rivals OMG before taking 3 out of 4 games against the European champions Fnatic. Now that brings us here with both these teams to the best of 5 final.
And while the tournament bracket is great for the big picture, let's take a moment and focus on the details, specifically the highlights from RYL Club's wins here at Worlds.
going to be?
Whoa. It's going to be a rematch of the Chinese playoffs winners finals. That is going to be insane.
This is going to be game number 1, going over to Royal Club.
They were falling out of their chairs by the end of that one.
He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. What an amazing fight coming out of
my God.
They are going to take down their Chinese rivals, and you can see exactly what it means to Royal Club.
We don't want to come LA, play just the first round to play the games and just go back. We don't want to be tourists, you know?
Fnatic versus RYL, game 1.
They get the kill, they get the Nexus, and Royal Club go 2-0. Can you believe it?
Peke goes down in a second. You see white on the board. Uzi comes up big.
Uzi is alive. Uzi is doing damage. It's Royal Club going through to the grand final against SK Telecom T1.
All right, gentlemen, with that, the last time we sat around this desk, Royal Club had just outfought Fnatic in that incredibly exciting semi-final series. Coming into tonight's match, Royal Club is considered the underdog, but they're pretty used to that by now because no one on the desk picked them to beat OMG, and only Doublelift predicted them to take down Fnatic. That being said, though, how do these underdogs plan to, pull out the wins, and how do they do it in those two series?
I think it's the obvious here is Uzi. He's just the god. He just plays so well. Solid mechanics, always just perfect cleanses. Every time Uzi cleanses, it's almost like if it's red before that even happens. The only cleanse he missed in this tournament is when one guy flashed away right in front of his face. It's almost as it makes it seem Uzi.
And while Uzi is kind of the centerpiece of that team, you can't really underrate White, who's, I feel like his laning is a 10 out of 10. He's never lost lane so far this entire tournament, and all he does is counterpick his opponent and smash lane, and he's always useful throughout the game. Even though he might miss some ultis here and there, his laning is superb.
And to me, I actually really like Royal's laning phase. And sorry, not the laning phase, but also their strategic play. I think that's actually the big MVP here. Because they play the map and they play objectives better than anyone else. They will rotate someone out of a lane and just 5-man dive a turret. And you might get their top turret, but they'll get kills on your turret. They'll kill the turret itself. And they'll time that push around blue buff or dragon so they get more than they lost in all these pushes.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Phreak, about their strategic grouping because they do force those objectives after they shove those lanes like you're talking about. And, I faulted OMG for kind of getting suckered into the team fights, but after watching them dismantle Fnatic, a team built around those surprise brush ganks, those picks that they work for, you have to say, like, Royal is just, there's something about their play that forces other teams to react to their decisions. And with their team compositions that are all about that 5v5, it's really, really powerful. They also came in with great game plans. So I am super excited about what we're going to see in the first game tonight. Seeing that jungle follow with the top laner against Fnatic, seeing the bans that they had, how they just had such a good read on Fnatic's team compositions. And Fnatic looked like they were floundering, and we'll have to see if they can throw SK Telecom off their game as well.
Well, of course, that is one corner. Over in the other corner for tonight's fight for the Summoners Cup, it is the Korean juggernaut, SK Telecom T1. After tearing through Korea's champion Summer and the regional qualifiers, they've blown away Worlds with an impressive 12-3 record. Coming into this tournament, there were a lot of people.
SK Telecom T1.
SKT T1 is a Korean monster.
They're one of the favorites. I believe that SK Telecom is the favorite for the entire World Championship. So
SKT can. They're going 3 turrets in a row and another kill.
Inhibitor turret in 12 minutes.
That will be the game for SK Telecom T1.
SK Telecom T1 will advance to face Najim Black Sword in the semi-final. Sword are going to pick up game 1 in the series.
And we said it before, SKT not the best starters in these best-of-5 situations. And look at Piglet ripping through Sword here. SK Telecom T1 bring us all square at 1-1. Faker is still running. All damage. There's another turn. And Expansion goes down. What just happened here? Faker magic again.
Choo-choo. Tickets to the Korean hype train. Would you like one?
The winner of this match will be going on to the Staples Center.
A massive shockwave throws 3 of them together. The first victim is watched as the Racing Sword are on the retreat. Ladies and gentlemen, SKT have done it.
This is the final for SK Telecom T1. They will be representing Korea at the Staples Center in the World Final.
as I was saying, coming into this tournament, there were a lot of people who bought tickets to that SKT hype train. And so far, Faker and crew have really kept rolling with some impressive wins. Monty, you've been the conductor on said hype train for all of this tournament. What does SKT have to do to stay on track to take home the Summers Cup?
I think that we've been seeing this improvement in their laning phase. Mandu and Piglet have had, some shaky times in lane, but they looked better against Naj and Sword when we talked about how critical it was for them to perform in a 2v2 against Prey and Kane. So that's a big boost to them because they've shored up a lot of their problems. I don't really think we have to worry about Faker and Impact. They've been doing well for this entire tournament, and really my eyes are on that duo lane.
At the same time, though, I think Faker's really susceptible to counterpicks. As you saw against Sword, he got counterpicked by Nagne, and he didn't do so well. He actually got outplayed multiple times by Gragas, a matchup he's probably not really used to. And Impact had to play Expression, but Going played Godlike, and then Godlike played Soaz, who's like potentially the best European top laner at the time. So I feel like both these top laners, it won't be as one-sided as you might think. It's going to be a really hard matchup.
Yeah, at the same time, my eyes have been on Bengi. I really like the way he plays his jungle. Really vision-centric, really mobility-based, almost a second support on the map. It's what basically snowballs SKT's lead. Whenever they get ahead, they will not lose that lead ever again because Bengi is constantly warding, constantly running around helping ganks, getting where he has to be really quickly because of his mobility. At the same time, though, if SKT gets behind, then it's going to be really hard to fall back into the game because they're so far behind and their jungle only has wards and mobility, especially against RYL. They like grouping up. They know when to push an advantage. And once they do, if all you have is wards and mobility boots, that might not be enough.
Yeah, and I actually agree with you a lot, Crepo. I think Bengi is actually the key here for SKT because, especially compared to RYL, these guys play a much longer laning phase. They will sit in lanes and try to outskill you, and Bengi will go make plays. They've got pink wards, they've got oracles, he's got mobility boots. He'll come in and try to get a 3v2 or something. Maybe the team roams in afterwards, but without Bengi, they don't make a lot of crazy plays. They kind of sit there for a bit of it. And to me, if they don't get ahead in the laning phase, if their laning phase isn't actually good against RYL, then they're in really tough shape here. And RYL statistically so far has outlaned their opponents better than SKT so far. Numerically, they're stronger here in these lanes.
I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup, and as we ramp up towards that Season 3 championship match, we have some more exciting news about next season. Beginning in 2014, we will be partnering with Coke Zero to create a new Challenger Series for both North America and Europe.
Yep, 32 Challenger tier teams from each region will earn a spot in the Challenger Series, where they will compete in weekly games broadcast live directly following the European and North American LCS matches.
Yeah, at the end of the Challenger Series, the top teams will then compete in a championship tournament, with the final 3 getting to fight the pros for a spot in the LCS.
For more details on the new Challenger Series, head over to lolesports.com.
While you guys are there, make sure you vote for who you think will win tonight's World Final. Click on Schedule near the top of the lolesports.com homepage, select the Final tab, and just give a thumbs up to either SKT or RYL Club. And later in tonight's game, we will be talking to, of course, the analysts to make their final prediction of the season for the Season 3 World Champion.
And then when you're done making your pick for tonight's match, jump on Twitter and tell us who has been the MVP of the Season 3 World Championship and why. Send your answers to @LOLesports and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds.
I feel like we're giving everybody homework here. Guys, as you can tell by the countdown clock that's sitting at the bottom of the screen, we're getting very, very close to tonight's opening performance, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Before we get to the opening performance, though, I want to call out something that Double have highlighted. You basically said that Faker's going to lose lane to White. Expand on this a little bit for me. Break it down.
So, yeah, if I had to rate out of 10, I'd give White like a 10 in laning, absolutely perfect laning. I cannot see any mistakes. And then afterwards, like a 6 on everything else. Mechanics, positioning, skill shotting, stuff like that. But I'd give Faker like a 999. He's close to perfect on everything. But I just think White has that small advantage in lane where he's willing to counterpick. He's really versatile. He's so good in lane. And then Faker will obviously outscale him as the game goes on.
There's actually something interesting about Faker as well. In most of his matchups, he almost never runs magic resist glyphs. Even against mages, against like Ahri, he will be like, I don't need magic resist against Ahri. And this opens you up to being killed. Now, he tends to outskill his opponents, to be fair, but it's a weakness that most other mid laners don't run. It's interesting.
What's your take on this, Monty? I mean, as a defender, as the conductor of the hype train, your star, I don't know, server on the train, as it were, can Faker take Whites down?
He's the engineer, but he's driving it. But yeah, I think that Faker does have a strong laning phase. I think that he's slipped up. He has slipped up at times during this tournament, but his champion pool is so huge, so versatile. And typically we've seen SK Telecom in Korea, they used to use those first picks early on in the pick and ban phase for Faker. But against Sword, after he started losing to Nagne, they really adapted their strategy, bumped Piglet up into the higher picks, and then Faker was down to the counter picks at the bottom. So I think they were a little cocky in their pick and ban phase, and they probably, I anticipate that we'll see that adjustment tonight. And like you say, White loves to counter pick, but I think that they will be expecting that, and they will have some tricks up their sleeve of their own.
That's actually something you saw a lot in the European LCS, which was a very mid-centric region, as we all pointed out. Mid picks would either be like immediately first pick if it was something really strong they wanted to deny, like a Kassadin, but generally people would wait really long and go for the counter pick. At times, we even considered going purple side first, just to make sure we had the ultimate last pick in the game and could counter pick whatever mid people had.
Well, we've got an AD carry and support on the desk here. My next question is going to be focused around these duo pairings. You know, Uzi and Tabe against Piglet and Pumandu. Now, I want to start this off, first of all, by posing a question. What do you guys think of the duo? And are we actually going to see, you know, head-to-head matchups, 2v2, or do you think we're going to go 2v1? We'll get to the 2v1s later, but let's focus on the duo pairing for this time being.
I think if they end up 2v2, it will be like another episode of Deadliest Catch. Both Tabe and Pumandu have been known to get caught in lane, and Uzi punishes that, as well as Piglet. They're really strong at punishing mistakes, but at the same time, the supports both have gotten into vulnerable positions, probably due to aggression once in a while. So my money's actually on Uzi and Tabe here.
Uzi and Tabe actually tend to pick very weak lanes. And he's not as strong in lane as you might think. And Vayne is like especially just really weak in lane. But you see Uzi able to hold up in lane, potentially even get kills in lane and outscale. He always picks scaling ADs and just wants to carry the game in the mid lane game. That's what the AD-centric kind of strategy RYL runs is.
Any other comments?
I actually think, I know you talk about the 2v2, but thing is, I feel like RYL seeks 2v1 so much that, and they're so good at it too, that you know, even if you do think that, you know, they're picking kind of weak lanes here, Doublelift, I think that these guys will be able to easily skirt that if they want to.
Well, it's also like we haven't seen really one of the hallmarks of RYL's style here at Worlds, which is to 2v1 the mid lane. I mean, they were very well known for that in China, and if you've got a player the caliber of Faker that you want to shut down, that may be the way forward tonight.
Well, according to Doublelift, White is going to do that, though.
Yep. Yeah. At the same time, though, a lot of the champions Faker plays are not as susceptible to 2v1 mids. Like these long-range clear or mass clearers in wave, they will just clear the wave on the tower. Especially Bengi, knowing how well he plays with his lanes, both with Faker and Impact, he will just show up, help clear that wave, go away again, mobility again, help out lanes where they need to be. It's possible, but if White actually has an edge, as a certain analyst here proclaimed, then why would they put 2v1 mid?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm predicting that RYL gives Faker Ahri, like Sword did, and Faker's going to foolishly pick Ahri early into a counter pick Vlad. This is what White pulled out against Cool. He pulled Vlad against Ahri, and he just smashed Cool.
And actually, I actually like that you're talking about the champion picks now, because I think Orianna and Gragas are actually really important for Faker here. Not only because they're good laners, but I think they're specifically good against RYL's play style. Because if you've got really good wave clear, if you can sit there at your turret and hit people 900 range away, they can't do that turret siege. And you can punish the AD carry for hitting your turret. And you actually create a lot of openings in that sort of gameplay that RYL likes to bring out.
I do want to point out, though, that Faker's Gragas is, in my opinion, I mean, it's very strong, but it's also the only champion that SK Telecom lost with in the group stage when he was playing that Gragas. So he did well, but it just wasn't quite enough to carry the team in the fights.
Well, I love the discussion. I'm very excited to see how this picks and bans phase goes. We're actually going to be discussing a little bit more about who won the coin toss and some of the strategic depth behind that in a moment. For those of you who are looking at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, there is less than 50 seconds until the opening performance at Worlds. Now, I'm happy to hear you guys clapping, but I'm not sure you're loud enough for this one. How many of you guys seen some of the hype videos for the performance? How many of you guys know that Wes Borland's taking to the stage in less than 25 seconds? Let's see how many of you guys can count. Who's going to count us down? Let's hit the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. You can see them on your screen. Let's count this down. 15, 14, 13, Welcome back, guys. I'm at a complete loss for words. There is nothing that I could say that could pay homage to the performance that we just seen. So before we do go on, I just have to give a shout out to those incredible performers. Crystal Method, Wes Borland, Danny Lower, Tina Guo, Joe Letts, and of course, the Hollywood Scoring Orchestra. As we reset the stage and get it ready for the World Final, I would like to welcome Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler to the Analyst Desk for the second half of our pre-game coverage. And while the four of these guys have been giving us their educated insight throughout the championship tournament, they're not the only pros with an opinion on tonight's World Final.
So guys, we're going to jump into this one. First of all, I want to know a little bit more about the game itself. Like, where are the strengths and weaknesses of SK Telecom and Royal Club in this one? Where's this game going to be won and lost?
I think one of the big things that everyone's going to talk about is Faker. Like Faker in the mid lane, how that matchup's going to go. But the only thing is we saw White completely destroy Pecky in lane. So White can probably actually hold up his own against Faker in lane. It's going to be really, there's going to be some key champions where they're going to have to like bounce back and forth between each other in the picks and ban phase, which will be integral.
I think the bottom lane for SKT is going to be a pretty big factor going into their match against Najin Blacksword. Praying Kane, one of the most praised bottom lanes in the world, seemed to just got dominated by Piglet and Pumandu. Going into the matchup against Tabe and Uzi, Tabe is not known for being a strong laner as support. He could very easily give up kills to Piglet and Pumandu. So I think that if SKT forces 2v2, they could potentially get ahead with their AD carry and support in the lane.
I think another important thing will be the jungle pressure, because in the Najin Sword versus SKT game, Watch would come up to snowball Expression a lot of the times, and that would make a big difference in him applying a lot of pressure top lane. So I'm really interested to see how Lucky and Bengi will match up, because they can apply pressure to lanes and cause other lanes to win.
Okay, so let's move into picks and bans then. There are a lot of champions in this matchup that are going to be highly contested. Where's your pick for this one? We saw Whites, for example, playing a brilliant Orianna until it got banned out. We know how strong Faker is throughout many different champions. Where's the area to focus for these teams?
For me personally, like we could see the Annie being banned. I'm not entirely sure if it will or not. But mid lane especially, I think the Orianna Gragas are going to be very key picks. Because Gragas is really well against Orianna. Are they going to leave the Gragas open or not?
Going into the mid lane, I think purple side must ban Orianna. Faker's main champion coming into the OGN was Orianna. That was what he was known for. He has the most games on this champion, is a highly skilled mid laner, and Orianna is just too strong at this moment. So I think that that's going to have to be banned by every team that's on purple side. You just cannot let it through, and it will be first pick. There is no other priority at this point.
Yeah, another thing we can look at is just the top lane. Because in this tournament, we've seen Renekton as coming out as like the superstar pick for top lane. He doesn't really have any counters in the current meta that you're using. And it's been banned or first picked in many of the games, especially in China as well, so RYL really wants it. The question is though, how is SKT going to handle it? Because if they, let's say Shen is banned and they go for the Renekton, then what's SKT going to go against it? If they go Jax, they'll get destroyed. And that's pretty much their champion pool for top lane, those three. So the question is, what are they going to do with top lane? They're going to leave everything open, they're going to ban two of them, like, what are they going to do?
So let's get down to the key people in this one rather than the champions. Like, who's going to be the man to watch for you?
For me, it's White against Faker. I think there's so much in these mid lanes. I think it's definitely going to be down to those two.
I definitely think it's about if the bot lanes get to 2v2, Pumandu will outperform and Tapper and therefore snowball Piglet and give a huge advantage to SKT. If they do get to 2v1 and Tapper gets his Annie or his Sona, he can do the engages, he can be the big playmaker and the MVP.
I think it's not going to be one person in specific, one role. I definitely think it has to do with the jungle and support, because the way I see it, whoever gets the better wards level 1 is going to be the support that has the edge, and then after that, it's going to be up to the jungler to take advantage of their vision edge and win the game. One of these teams is going to be looking for 1v2s. If they get 1v2'd, it's completely up to the jungler to snowball the game faster than the other jungler. So I think Bengi and Lucky are going to be the players to watch for, and whoever can outperform the other one, especially in a 1v2 game, will win the game.
Well, let's talk about winning the game then. Who's going to win it?
3-2 Royal.
3-1 for Royal.
3-1 Royal.
3-0 Royal.
So, everybody for Royal. That kind of surprised me a little bit that everyone's for Royal in this one.
What about you?
I don't have an opinion. I'm an unbiased commentator.
Wow.
Someone's going to get 3 games and win Season 3.
Unbiased.
There's two things I learned from that video. Number one, the impartial, unbiased Joe Miller wears short pants underneath the desk. And number two, everybody picked RYL, which is a little, surprising then. We've already talked a bit about how SKT and RYL Club have performed here at Worlds. I want to take it a step back and look at the very different paths that these two teams had coming into the Season 3 World Championships. Doublelift, talk to me about RYL.
Yeah, so while everyone kind of knows Tabe as the team captain of RYL, he actually has a long history with White. They've been together since they were on the roster of OMG, the team they had to beat to get to the finals. At that time, White wasn't really considered a very good player, though, so they had to kick him. But because they're friends, Tabe was like, I'm out too. And at that point, White went to RYL, and Tabe actually retired. And he only came out of retirement because on the condition that he would be the captain and shot caller of RYL, everyone had to listen to him. And obviously, since then, they've been doing really well. They were 5th place in the spring season, and now they're the best team in China. And people know Tabe is going to retire after this match, whether he wins or loses. But you might not know that White is also quitting.
He's trying to, walk into the sunset with, a summoner's cup above his head.
Yep.
The only people that can stop him would be SK Telecom T1. And Monty, talk to us a little bit about the history, because they're quite a young team.
Yeah, they're young. They're very new. They debuted this year in April in Champion Spring, and in their first tournament, they took 3rd place. Only Pumandu and Impact were previously involved in the professional scene. That means the other guys were picked up from amateur teams or solo queue. And so they had this strong laning phase from their immensely strong solo queue backgrounds, but they had some problems with their rotations. They had some problems with their team fighting, and yet, based on the strength of their lanes, they took 3rd place. Now, fast forward to Champion Summer, and they took the entire title, and they looked incredibly dominant when they did it. And this is a team that doesn't really appear to have too many jitters. They usually start out slow in a series. We've seen that here at Worlds again, where they lose 1 or 2 games early on, but their comeback potential is actually huge. And in a best-of scenario, there is only one team they have ever lost to, and that is Ozone.
Now, talk to me about some of the nerves that we've seen just very quickly. Faker was quite nervous in the Najin Sword, best of 5. It went all the way. And that was a game that many of us actually thought was going to be fairly one-sided. We did feel that SKT was that. What do you think it was more, picks and bans, or do you think it was the nerves of the players?
I think I was surprised by how good Nagne was on Gragas, and I think Faker was probably pretty surprised too. So we'll have to see if those nerves come back, but generally he gets the job done.
Well, we are getting closer to the very first game of the World Final. We're going to throw it down to Joe, who's hanging out on the floor of the Staples Center.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm down here on the floor with none other than Cursor's Voyboy. And just to get a few thoughts before we actually get into the game. First of all, Voyboy, where is this game going to be won and lost? What are the key factors in this matchup?
Yeah, so no doubt. These are the 2 best teams in the world right now. I think everyone loves to praise Faker and Uzi for their stellar play. I think on each team, these are probably the best 2 players, and everyone's expecting them to make really great plays and carry the game. But I actually think that both these players are going to meet their match on the opposing team. I think White has had a stellar run through this tournament, and I think his champion pool is perfect to fight up against Faker. He plays Gragas, he plays Vladimir, he plays KO. The perfect counters to Faker's champion pool. So I actually expect that lane to go relatively even. And then Piglet and Pumandu, they demolished Najin Black's sword. So versus Uzi and Tabe, I actually think they're going to give them a run for their money. So I really think, looking at all these even lanes, the game's actually going to be decided by the jungle pressure. Bengi versus Lucky. Bengi has had an amazing run through this tournament. His Lee Sin is absolutely ban-worthy in my opinion, and I really think that the game's going to be decided by Bengi out-pressuring Lucky and just trying to snowball one of those 2 very important lanes.
So while we're on the topic of bans, let's talk about them. There are some champions that you just have to ban against some of these players. Some you can maybe think about letting through. Where are the key bans going to be in this best of 5, in the first game, of course?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are so many impactful champions. I definitely don't think that they're going to be giving Tabe Annie. I think that's a champion that he's had the most comfort on. He's made the most plays, 4 or 5-man ultimates, just making plays for his team. I think Bengi's Lee Sin, you definitely have to deny him that. And then there's just a wide array of Faker's champion pool. I actually think that the only champion that White is going to care about is getting rid of Faker's Zed. I actually think every other assassin and carry champion that Faker plays, he's going to have an answer to that. And then, of course, Orianna, who has been just ridiculously strong in this tournament. I honestly don't expect that champion to go through to either team.
So let's get down to it then. Who's going to win? What's the score going to be?
Oh, my God. Either way, this is going to be an amazing run, an amazing series. These are the 2 best teams in the world. I'm expecting some ridiculously close games. I think in a five-game series, I think SKT is going to take it.
Well, thank you very much, Voyboy, for joining us here. Great to have your insight on that one. We're going to continue with the show. We're getting closer to game time, so let's get back over to Quickshot and the guys.
Thank you very much, Joe and Voyboy. And I'm about to force you guys to lock in your predictions for who's going to win this matchup. Before we do, though, I need to ask Kobe to explain something that was quite interesting about the coin flip. SKT won it, but it didn't play out the way we expected.
Okay, so first of all, because they won the coin flip, they get to choose which side they're on for games 1, 3, and 5, the odd-numbered games. And they actually chose to go red side for game 1, but blue side for games 3 and 5. Meaning they have something tricky up their sleeves for that first game that a lot of times they do drop.
And something that also happened is RYL picked red side for their game 1. So
exactly.
You know, each of them picking for that right one. And like I said, it is time for you to make your predictions for tonight's World Final. Before we put you on the spot, let's check out how those standings look. Because Doublelift boldly picked RYL Club to beat Fnatic. He's now tied with Monte Cristo for first place. Monty and Doublelift control their own destiny. And if they choose the victor, they earn at least a tie for first place. If, however, Monty and Doublelift disagree on their pick once more, the one who chooses correctly wins that all-important title. Now we know scenarios. It is time for you to lock in your picks. Who will win the Season 3 World Championship, SK Telecom T1 or RYL Club?
Oh, well,
I
you know my
who.
pick. All aboard the Korean hype train, SK Telecom T1 for the championship. Hands down, I've got my tickets here. I got tickets to the Korean hype train, and I will be giving them out. It's your last chance. First class still available, Crepo. Here, let me go ahead. I'll go ahead and punch this for you. There you go.
Thank you, Monty. I appreciate your SKT favorite, but I think it's more time for a Royal Lucian.
Well, Crepo. It's okay. I will save some room and baggage for you, which is probably the appropriate place because you're dead weight anyway.
I'll keep these pieces so you can wipe your tears off the matches. Anyways, I'm going for Royal. I've seen Uzi do ridiculous plays. I know White's been playing really well. Yeah, it's going to be close, guys, but just to mess up with Monty, I'm going to go for Royal for sure. Royal all the way.
All right, Doublelift. I know you want to be on the Korean hype train. Let's go.
All
about
coach.
SK
I'm thinking about it. Thanks, coach. No thanks. I'm going with Royal. My brain says SKT, but I got that Chinese pride. I'm friends with Tabe. Royal's going to win.
I'm friends with Tabe. That's your both
That's
of
all right.
voting.
It's all right. You may not ride the Korean hype train, but I'll just have you ride the bench next season.
I'm
so
wow,
sad.
I didn't see that one coming. That's harsh. I'm scared now.
All right, Kobe.
And you know what? Did you make these yourselves? They look pretty good, actually.
Do they?
Yeah, that's a.
I'm glad you like it. It's a nice train, too.
It's a pretty nice ticket you
Good
got
service.
here. I'm going to have to go ahead and choose RYL as well. I like the underdogs here. I feel like they're going to complete their raise the puppy strategy and derail this hype train.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't think puppies derail trains. I think we know what happened when puppies get in the way of trains.
Oh!
Now you're getting graphic.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Doublelift, you have chosen RYL. Monty has chosen SKT, which means whoever picked right is taking home the Analyst Desk World Champion Cup. Now, that does it for the World Championship pre-game show. Before we head to the stage for the starting lineups, here's an action-packed look at some of the pros who fought for a shot at the Season 3 title.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Season 3 League of Legends World Championship Final between Korea's SK Telecom T1 and China's RYL Club. Starting on the blue side for Game 1 of this best-of-5 series, with a Season 3 World Championship record of 5 wins and 1 loss, it's China's regional tournament champions, RYL Club. In the top lane, Godlike. In the jungle, Lucky. In mid, White. At AD carry, Uzi. And starting at support, RYL Club's captain, Tabe. This is RYL Club. And starting on the red side for Game 1 with a Season 3 World Championship record of 12 wins and 3 losses, the winners of Korea's Champions Summer 2013, SK Telecom T1. In the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Bengi. In mid, Faker. At AD carry, Piglet. And at support, Pumandu. This is SK Telecom T1.
Welcome back to the caster desk here at the Staples Center. It is time for the players to take to the Rift for round 1 of tonight's World Final. And while many picked SKT as the pre-tournament favorite to be in tonight's final, RYL Club has taken out 2 heavily favored teams to make it here to the Staples Center and impress their experts along the way.
Yeah, and RYL Club has been getting better throughout Season 3, guys. They actually took 5th place in the LPL Spring over in China. Then, during the regular season in the summer, they finished 2nd. Now, they're the best team in China with a chance of becoming the best team in the world.
And now, RYL Club faces what their captain Tabe called the Korean monster in SK Telecom T1.
Absolutely. SK Telecom T1, coming into this tournament, were considered the best team in Korea. And they've proved it thus far by making it to the finals and also taking out fellow Korean team Najin Black Sword in the process.
Yeah, and while Faker and SKT were well practiced at winning here at Worlds, White and RYL Club are confident that all their research will pay off in tonight's mid lane matchup.
就分析他们以前比赛的录像，然后我们或许会有一些新的英雄、新的套路去跟他们对打。就好像我在打 OMG 的时候，我用了一个很少人用的7月鬼中弹，然后我在打 Fnatic 的时候也用了很少人用的天使。或许我们会有一个更加少人用的英雄去对抗他们。其实准备的话也没有说很特别的准备，因为到了这决赛，我们唯一要做的就是把自己的心态放平常心，就不要给自己太多的压力，就尽量轻松去应对这个比赛，会比任何战术都有用。
일단 지금 여기 와서 연습을 한국 때보다 더 많이 하는데 그만큼 노력을 많이 하고 있어서 지금 이대로만 하면 될 것 같아요.
So the pressure is on these teams. Both have been practicing harder than before. And of course, we'd like to welcome to the desk now, we have Ninjas in Pajamas Deficio joining us. He's going to be helping us break down the picks and bans throughout the World Final. And what a World Final it's going to be. Yeah. So let's get straight down to it, because we heard Kobe touching on it earlier. There was a coin flip earlier on, and unusually, SKT chose to begin with the red side.
Yeah, and that shows to me that SK want to put Fake in the best position they can in the first game. SKT is normally a very slow team to start. They often lose their very first game in a series, and it can maybe be something with Faker having nerves. I'm not sure what it is. But now they will have the chance to last pick mid lane for him, which will set him up in a perfect situation. At the same time, they will be able to possibly ban out 2 of Tabby's champions, both Annie and Sona, which are the 2 main engages on RYL, and they always want Tabby to do the engages. If they can manage to ban those 2, and at the same time manage to get one of the strong picks in either Renekton or Orianna, they will be in a very good position.
Yeah, and it was really strange when we were going through the picks and bans trying to predict what would happen, because we were thinking that SK Telecom actually wasn't that strong if they were picking on the red side, because if we look at RYL's champion pools, if they want to main Renekton and Orianna and Elise in those key roles, and even the Caitlyn for the AD carry on Uzi, their roles are very defined. So they're very clear tier 1 champions they want to pick. Whereas SK Telecom is a little bit more generalist. And because of all the power bans we've been seeing at the World Championships, like the Orianna bans, or even the Gragas bans that SK Telecom had to default to, or Shen, Zed, all those things, it was almost too much for SKT to ban, which means if they actually picked red side, as Deficio said, we're going to see something different from SKT because they have figured out some way around that. And I think it's by leaving a lot of the considered OP champions that have been getting banned all tournament and letting them get picked so they can get some on the backside.
Yeah, and we should go into really the way that we get around this. I mean, it's effectively what the teams have to do. You guys were discussing it when you were doing it. It's like, well, this is what we did for like 5 hours for the EU regionals. Didn't work out for you. Sorry to bring that up. But basically what it is simply you go through the entire champion pool of all of the players, figure out what is the best ban strategy. That's what these guys have with the analysts to do, and it's exactly what we've had to do. And it's interesting to see the disadvantages and advantages that can be gained from just one ban.
Yeah, and just to go into that, if we look at the 2 top laners in this matchup, Godlike versus Impact, their 3 main champions have been Shen, Renekton, and Jax. And it's weird because it's almost like a rock, paper, scissors between those 2. If you pick Shen, we've seen Jax do very well against him. But if you pick Renekton, we see him beat Jax very, very handily. And we also see a lot of Shen bans, Deficio.
Oh yeah, there's high chance of Shen bans here, especially also because both teams actually seem to have their own little counter to something like Renekton. We have in the past seen RYL play Nessus against it, so we might actually see a surprise pick here. Or we can maybe on the other hand see a Singed from SKT versus the Renekton. So maybe they will even let this one open and see if they can like counter it with one of their more like unusual picks. But I will actually expect to see Renekton banned, especially in the first game.
And how much would you expect teams they both want to figure out what each other are going to play, obviously. How much it's not a throwaway, but is that first game one where you can say, let's try this and feel out how they're playing? Do teams do that, or do you really want that first win for the momentum?
I think specifically in game 1 for this series, SKT is really playing hard for that first win. I think that's the big reason they picked the red side, is because they're not really trying to feel anything out. If they were trying to feel stuff out, they would be going blue side, which is their more comfortable champions. They would get a very standard lineup that they've been running throughout the World Championships, and they're just not going to have that on red side. So this is kind of the SKT coaching staff taking a bit of a gamble because it's clearly a one-game strategy thing that they've picked since they decided to go blue side in their other 2 side choices, but only red side for that first game.
And this is actually the first time that SKT have had a full week to prepare, which is effectively falling in to their champion's style, which, well, they won the last tournament. Is this giving them an advantage over RYL now? Because RYL's obviously into that standard LPL style, which is effectively the same as the LCS that you guys watch at home in North America and Europe.
I'm not sure if it's too much of an advantage in that way. Obviously, they have a lot to prepare, but if you look at the champions these guys play, I actually think RYL will have the edge in most pick and ban phases, especially because everyone on RYL has his signature champion in a way. Tabe has his Annie, White has his Fizz. You don't really want to go up against these, but at the same time, you don't have enough bans to ban them out. So even though SKT has been having a week now to prepare, they've probably been using them to think about counters to these. Whenever they will work for them, we will see, and whenever they're going to pick him. SKT is normally a team who picks the same champions. They stick to them through the whole series, and they might be doing the same here.
Yeah, and to even go into it a little farther, as we're about to get into the pick and ban here, RYL is much more counter-pick focused than SKT, even though in Korea, SKT was a laning-focused team. But RYL, if we look at their laning success over Fnatic, was even more so. Specifically, Uzi averaged 32.5 more minion kills per game than Pushu did at the 10-minute mark across the entire semifinals, which is completely unheard of. And Caitlyn is going to be an incredibly contested pick in that bottom lane, we think, because it wasn't necessarily a contested pick in the semifinals, because the AD carries that both Piglet and Uzi were going against weren't big Caitlyn players. But the fact that both of these guys are, and that they both love playing Vayne as well, it's very difficult to play a Vayne into a Caitlyn lane. So that's going to be a really big back and forth in this one.
And let's talk about the bottom lane, of course. You've talked about the ADs. Let's talk about the supports, because these guys don't really clash in what they use. They use completely different champions.
Yeah, it's actually very strange to look, because they have completely different champion pools and completely different play style. Pumandu is more the peeling support or the counter engage, and he's helping his AD carry, where Tabe is he's the engager. Like, he is simply the engager. And that's why he also likes to play the Annie, and that's why he likes the Sona. And it's pretty fun for me as a support to see also like the difference in these, because I'm more like a Puma Duo style of player where I like enjoy peeling from AD carry, enjoy going like heavy CC team fights, counter engage like Syra, like which Puma Duo really likes, and we will maybe see even ban this game. But it's fun to see the difference in the support and their play styles.
Yeah, and just to finish off on that, the support pool from Tabe does seem attackable if SKT decides to go for it, because in the compositions we saw that RYL was successful with, and the one game they lost so far at the World Championship, the one game they lost is when they did not have reliable initiation. Especially since Lucky from the jungle likes bringing Elise, it's somewhat hit or miss, and unless they have the Annie or the Sona to completely lock people down, since it's such an assassin-based mid laner they run with White so often, it won't be reliable. And that is our prediction, actually, or my prediction for what I think are going to be the bans. I think Annie and Sona are going down.
All right, we'll see exactly what happens. We do have a short delay, unfortunately, on stage as they are resetting one of the computers. So, while we wait, we're going to send it over to Quickshot and the guys at the Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And one thing I just want to summarize from what we've seen thus far in terms of all of the analyst picks favoring RYL, a lot of emphasis is placed on this pick and ban phase. We may not have the longest time. So, Kobe, do you want to share your thoughts on why you picked RYL?
Yeah, actually, I want to go off more on that support talk that they were just having there. The reason I really like RYL is because they put very powerful initiation tools in the hands of their shot caller. That's the reason Annie's so important to them, is because Tabe is the shot caller. As Double has said in the history of the team, the only reason he joined the team was because he has undisputed control over all the calls in the game. And when your shot caller is the one with those initiation tools and the hard stuns, then you don't miss that split second in the team fights. And that's part of the reason why their team fights are so clean, because they can always rely on Uzi to have that consistent damage in the mid game.
And I think it's kind of unfair to say that Tabe is a two-trick pony, Annie and Sona. I think that he just prefers those two champions, but we've seen him, like, he plays Cassiopeia support. He plays everything. This guy is really versatile. He's going to pull out something if you try to ban him out.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out. As I mentioned, it was a very short segment here. We're going to throw back to the guys at the desk as everything does appear to be ready. And let's see how the picks and bans go for the first game in the final.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And as he just said, we are about to get into the game. So, bans, before we get into it, what are we expecting? Putting you guys on the spot.
All right. I would like to see a Renekton ban and an Orianna ban. Those two. And then I would love to see an Annie ban as well, simply to show some respect for Tabe and the way he's engaging.
Yeah, this is totally throwing it out there. I think SKT's bans, if they're red side, are going to be Annie, Sona, and Zed. And I think that Shen and Orianna are going to be let through. Going to be wrong.
Well, we will see, ladies and gentlemen, because the first game of the World Final is about to get underway. There are the picks and bans. Let's see how this goes. Wasn't expecting that for a first ban. Vi, Zed, almost certain. The Ninja's got to go out the window. There goes Shen.
There you go. Expected bans so far for SKT, both Zed and Annie is gone. Will this one be the last ban? That's going to be the question.
The surprise ban for me here so far from RYL is the fact that they've banned out Vi, considering Bengi tunneled so hard on Lee Sin in the semifinals against Najin Blacksword. He played it 4 out of 5 games, and in one of those games it was picked away from him.
So, we talked about this when we were sorting out. Does this mean that Gragas may well be one of those picks? Because Vi is a good counter.
Definitely. And now Gragas is open, and he's open for both teams to pick. It means if Orianna is open as well now, if she gets instant lock, there is the possibility of the counter with Gragas.
That is really surprising to me that RYL was able to get Orianna. I think whether the Renekton or the Orianna got through, they're happy with it. Because I think with the double jungle ban, attacking Bengi actually, who some people think is the strength of SKT, they almost let SKT run out of bans, which is what I thought was going to happen when they're sitting on the red side.
Well, we do see Elise was hovered over there. Lucky has pretty much only played Elise, so we'll see whether they try and take that away. At the moment, though, Piglet is hanging over that Corki. Corki has been so big throughout this tournament.
Oh, definitely. And Corki is right now, with Caitlyn, probably the 2 strongest AD carries, so that's definitely one of the reasons they want to secure that pick. At the same time, they don't have to pick the Elise already, because RYL, they should actually, in my opinion, pick the Elise, because RYL is such a huge fan of Elise, and taking that, they will take it away from Lucky and take him out of his comfort zone.
Here's the interesting thing, though, is before the World Championships, both of these guys made the Jarvan. So with the Vi ban and the Lee Sin ban, Bengi had a choice of going with an Elise, which he wasn't comfortable with, or I think going with the Jarvan. And the Elise for RYL is right in their wheelhouse. These are all things that they're expected to get. What is really curious to me now for RYL, since we talked about the trinity of top laners being Shen, Renekton, and Jax, do we just see a Jax, or is that too dangerous, knowing that Impact could pull out a Kennen or something against it? This is extremely interesting now.
Yeah, I definitely think SKT is actually ready for the Jax pick, because they have Singed, and Singed is very good versus Jax, so they will keep maybe this pick now for the top lane, and maybe just pick their mid lane, and now could be the Gragas, could even be an Ahri, and then simply keep the top lane as the last pick, where they can have like a Singed coming in versus a Jax.
I really like the fact that RYL was able to lock down Sona. I think that guarantees their initiation, and it combos extremely well with their lane dominance coming from Orianna. This is exactly what RYL wanted that got them here, and I'm really wondering to see what SKT does with these next two picks.
Yeah, I feel SKT is playing a little bit with fire right now. They're simply giving all the picks RYL want now. But they are obviously aware of this, and they have something in mind for it. If they log in this fresh, they'll have a fresh Corgi lane. That is such a strong lane for 2v2. Even 2v1 potential. They have so much dive. They have so much even like peel for Corgi just with the fresh. Oh, there's the Jax, I'd say. Very strong top lane. We talked about the top three for the top lane, and now they have the Jax. So they're going to be happy.
And knowing that there was no Caitlyn, Uzi was safe to go Vayne against Corgi. Safe-ish. It's still not the best lane matchup, but they can do a lot of 2v1s. And I need to see now what the top laner for RYL is. We thought maybe Nasus, we thought maybe Rumble. Singed is kind of an outside pick for him, but the top three are down. Whatever he plays here, he's played once or less in the World Championship. So the last pick here, RYL, getting to pick what they lane against either the Thresh Corgi or the Jax, depending if they 1v2 or 2v1. And I think it's extremely critical for their team comp here.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, wow.
Oh. That would actually be a very good pick out if they want to go for the 2v1. He can even hold his lane in 1v1 versus Jax. He's going to get out-farmed and pressured, but he can at least hold the lane.
But at the very least, this wouldn't necessarily work for RYL's overall lane pressure. It would work for their quick tower dive. So they're going to be grouping up really early in this one.
And right now, RYL has an insane team fight engage. I think it's simply, if they just get slightly ahead, or do we see the Gragas, as we talked about, as the counter pick for Orianna?
Yeah, but we thought it was going to be the other way around. We thought Whites was going to play Gragas against Faker's Orianna, and now we see the switch up.
I guess here we have the reason for SKT picking red side in game 1.
Oh man, so yeah, I see RYL's composition obviously being extremely hard initiation focused with the hyper carry and Uzi. Godlike needs to escape the laning phase, whether he 1v1s or 2v1s. Or 1v2, sorry. And I think Whites is going to look to dominate with the lane. If he does not beat Faker, I don't think RYL has the ability to group up and push for this game.
Well, when I see this combo here from SKT, though, what I really love about it is the fact they can disengage so hard. Jarman has his jump, Jax has his jump, Gragas has his body slam, Corgi has his jump, and they have a lantern as well on Fresh. They have so many disengage abilities. They can simply pick the fight. If they dislike the way they get engaged on, Gragas can throw his bell, shoot people back, and they can disengage.
So it's an all-in versus an all-out, basically, is what you're saying. Everybody's going to pile in. We know that RYL are all about those fights. So thank you very much, Deficio, for joining us for that. We'll be seeing you in Game 2 shortly. And, of course, we are about to get underway. But first game of the World Finals will be starting very soon. But let's see who you guys at home think is going to take home the Summoners Cup. According to LoleEsports.com, 57% of you think SK Telecom T1 will be winning Season 3 World Championships.
Yeah, we saw Monty was the only one on the desk there, on his train.
He's got a lot of tickets to punch for
lone
everyone
conductor,
else.
you know, you go down with whatever happens, or you go through and you're the lone victor. But this is interesting. I think SKT is still the slight favorite, but as we could tell by the crowd earlier, RYL does have the crowd behind them.
Something I really liked about this is, if you think back to the Fnatic versus RYL game when Fnatic got beat, or RYL got beat out by 20-some kills, they didn't have the initiation team. They had nothing to go in on. Now that they've been put on the backside of what SKT feels they put them on, RYL did get an initiation team.
Yeah, they got the initiation now. Malphite is an unstoppable force, some would say.
You could say that.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Summoners Cup. That is what they're fighting for. RYL Club as the blue team, SK Telecom T1 as the red team, as Game 1 of the Season 3 World Final gets underway.
You know where we are. We are on the Rift. RYL now coming out from the blue. SKT on red side first, as they did win the coin toss. It is their choice. On that red side, we'll have to see as it goes. Level 1s have been ferocious throughout this entire tournament. Let's see if it happens again.
These teams just slam into each other, and SKT has more crowd control right now. They could get the death sentence from Thresh, and that could combo with a Counter-Strike stun from Impact's Jax, whereas RYL doesn't really have the same options. If RYL wants to fight, they need to get the jump on SKT, which is highly unlikely.
Remember, RYL last time went into that jungle against Fnatic. Fnatic were ready and waiting. It was a crazy engage, but nobody died. SKT are in a dangerous position to do the same.
SKT is right on top of a ward and they don't know it. So this could be RYL getting a jump on them if SKT walks in.
The game of cat and mouse is going to mean the balls, the impact. They're going to know a little bit too early, and they both have vision of the danger zone.
This always seems to happen in these games. 5 people run into each other at level 1. Everybody calm down. They back away to other sides. And yeah, that doesn't tell us much about level 1, other than the fact that the teams could actually not get their traditional wards down. So as far as scouting for 1v2 lane matchups, they have no knowledge. They do not know where the junglers are starting, and they do not know where the top laners and bottom laners are going.
So let's check out that mini-map. We can see what is developing. We do know that it's going to be a 2v1 in that top lane. Currently, we see Impact heading up there. He's going to be up against Uzi and Tabe from RYL Club, which of course means the bottom lane will be Piglet and Mandu up against Godlike. And you already said Malphite has an advantage 2v1.
It's a slight advantage, and I really need to see now if SKT can deal with the split lane game here, if they can get 3v1 Dove or if Bengi doesn't play this, because early on in the group stage of the World Championships, SKT was getting punished. Impact in particular was sticking around to get Dove 3v1. And if we look at the early jungle pathing of Lucky's Elise, he would be able to get his double buffs and transition directly into a top lane gank, but Bengi's jungle Jarvan is there to potentially counter if that happens.
And again, same thing they did against Fnatic. Godlike is holding the jungle with Lucky right now, soaking up the experience, knows he doesn't have to get to that bottom lane in 2 waves. It worked for him before. Godlike going at it again.
Yeah, and we're seeing Impact doing just like they've done with Jax's before, taking those golems, not even gone into that lane, not even caring about going in that lane. He knows he can't go up against Uzi and Tabe this early on.
And you can see the AD carries are very much about keeping the lane in the middle, which means that if the one person, whether it's Godlike or Impact, were to reach into that lane, he wouldn't even be able to get into experience range.
Already a lot of poke going down on an Impact. Looks like he's finding every power chord that Tabe is putting out. If you can remember their matchup versus Soaz, they continuously glitter lanced him down. That's Tabe and Uzi's objective in that 2v1 is to crush it down.
Well, we see Mandu thinking of creating something, but they realize he's already missing from that bottom lane. Just creating those situations. Knows that Piglet is fine in a 1v1 up against Godlike and trying to help out Faker in that mid.
Yeah, and SKT, while they rely on Faker to carry, also heavily support and gank his lane. That's the reason the support was roaming up there, because they're not actually thinking of getting much harassed down onto Godlike. They're mainly looking to protect and create for Faker.
Lucky doing what he does best inside the jungle, trying to be a nuisance on those camps, and it looks like we're going to get something headed towards the top lane as Godlike's finding a bit of pressure on that bottom as well.
Yeah, the hook on Godlike, he's going to be able to walk away from this one, but we do see that 3v1. It's a 3v2 in the top lane. Pressure on them, but I don't think SKT are going to worry about it.
And here's the interesting thing. There's been a babysit up top with Bengi and Impact the entire time, whereas Godlike's been completely by himself. So Bengi is leeching a bit more experience and protecting Impact's health bar better than Godlike is getting protected, but experience and farm-wise, RYL has a very slight edge on top.
They're gonna have to be very careful for Lucky here. He's soaking up a 3-person experience as Bengi is gonna be getting ahead on this 2 lane, but they may take that tower down before anybody has time to think about it. Impact doing what he can in and out as the harass is just too much from just outside turret range.
Yeah, great condemn from Uzi, keeping him on that tower. Look in the mid lane now, look what is developing. Faker's already just been back to buy. He's kind of bullied out. White's pulling ahead massively.
And White's is generally unstoppable in the laning phase on Orianna. That's why it was getting banned away, and interestingly enough, the only games that Faker won in the semifinals were his 3 Orianna games. It's a huge priority pick for them, and because Bengi is stuck up here in the top lane babysitting Impact, that is a strict 1v1 in the mid lane, and Faker will continue to fall behind if they don't get help.
This is exactly what RYL needs to do. SKT, very well known for controlling the gameplay, the style and how it goes. RYL trying to take the driver's seat right away, taking that top lane down so they can rotate around. Godlike trying to stay safe, but they won't give him an inch.
Yeah, good death sentence from Mandu, but this is going to be the first turret of the game going down. We can see Impact has already backed away from this one. RYL Club have pushed it the whole time through, and they will take game 1 turret.
And here's the difference between RYL's ability to play this 3v2 laning game versus SKT's ability to 2v1. That turret's completely down, but it may not even get traded directly for the next turret. If we look at Godlike, he's got half a turret and then some, strictly holding 1v2, so now that we see Lucky rotating to the bot lane on Elise, this could be a 1 turret advantage that sticks around for a while for RYL Club.
Godlike looks like he will be relieved a bit of his pressure here. Well, it's going to be the rotation of that ADC lane. It looks like Lucky will be there as well when they activate that. So the chess pieces in motion for something to happen towards that bottom lane. Faker still going at it with Whites. Both have gone for the Dorans. Whites rather, going for the early magic resistance.
This is where it gets interesting. Faker is absolutely level 6, and Bengi's going to try to combo with the gank.
He goes in. Does he manage to knock him up? Yes, he does. Surely the shockwave comes in, but it does not matter. First blood, Faker.
Just execution right there, SKT, and Lucky, you're out of position.
Getting very close to being caught there. Like you said, Jat, they were just waiting for the right time. Level 6 hits instantly, and they didn't have time to think about it.
Whites didn't expect the gank to be that well timed. That was incredibly preemptive by Faker, and Bengi communicating that Faker would hit level 6 as the gank arrived. That's why it was able to catch Whites so far out of position.
So Bengi stealing away Lucky's farm. Lucky just holding out that lane. Not going to be too worried to get that middle farm, but that gives Faker right back into it. Gold advantage, they were so even on CS, but the fact that he's just got that first kill is going to be vital. And SKT looking to try and put some pressure in that middle, but it's the Dragon that may well start being the next objective.
And what's so huge about that kill in mid lane is it allowed Bengi time to ward the jungle of Lucky, which will directly impact that next Dragon fight if RYL looks to approach, or even if SKT just wants to sneak it, because they will have absolute knowledge of everywhere within RYL's jungle.
And that ward, or turret rather, going down does give vision, but it's almost like RYL went back and used all of that 150 gold to buy their pink wards, to fit those wards in, to now start to control that game as early as possible. So that turret going down bought them more vision. They didn't try to go for items on it.
Interesting difference in builds between the two AD carries. Uzi went for the boots early. He wants to get that mobility around that bottom lane, while we see the Phage going towards that standard Trinity 4 star for Piglet.
And Vayne play is all about mobility. It's very likely we'll see a Blade of the Ruin King next by Uzi, but this mid lane is the focus for SKT. They need to get Faker going on this Gragas.
One more time onto Whites. He does not have that flash up. It looks like he does get a good shockwave down, but it looks like coming from the backside could be at least the savior on the assist. Godlike bury her. Tabe getting hit up in the bottom lane.
Tabe in all sorts of trouble. You can see him being pulled away, but in comes Lucky. Lucky gets in there. Uzi picks up the kill. They're going to try and turn this on towards Piglet, on towards the tower. It's Uzi taking the damage. He uses the barrier, flashes away. Still not the kill. Lucky gets in there. It's a double kill for Uzi. He gets away from the tower. Coming in though, it's going to be Bengi.
Bengi is just on the outside of the wing. Lucky's trying to be there to thwart him off. Does he have the cocoon? Throw it over the wall. Uzi just with the damage.
Absolute cold blood right there by Uzi. Did not flinch when Bengi was coming towards him. And the absolute craziness results in 2 kills for the biggest carry of all, Uzi.
But while that was all happening, let's take stock, because Impact on Jax was left alone in the top turret because that teleport from Godlike came in. He is beating down that turret.
And Godlike cannot let Impact get too far ahead of him. For most of the game, Godlike will be able to withstand Impact's split pushing just because he can reduce Jax's attack speed so much. But because the teleport mid lane was wasted by Godlike after Whites died, it makes Impact one step closer.
We'll see what these guys can put out in the top lane. We saw the early buy from Godlike. We'll see if that hurts him here against Impact on Jax. White's getting his blue buff transferred over. Mid laners are going to be able to fend for themselves a little bit, but that blue buff on White's only makes me think that Bengi and Faker are going to want to take it away.
The most interesting thing for me right now is the fact that the 2 superstars of these teams, Uzi and Faker, have both got 2 kills. They've both got going here. That's going to settle the nerves for both these teams. We talked about Faker, how nervous he was going into those semifinals. 2 kills at the start, that's going to help.
And especially on Gragas, which is a champion that he actually lost with so far at the World Finals and has struggled against. Cannot say enough about how that last pick Gragas from the red side may actually be paying off for SKT. Faker does seem to be completely on his game right now. He was down in farm early to Whites, but because of the 2 kills and the even farm now, Faker's going to look to roam and destroy Uzi.
He does have his blue buff as well. The big man is also an assassin. It looks like they're going to put 4 strong towards the bottom lane that Lucky, his spidey sense, is tingling, but I don't know if it's going to be too little too late.
Ooh, this is extremely dangerous. Uzi is getting very low, and Faker is ready to go.
Explosive cask is ready. We can see him getting hooked in. Sabi does get the crescendo off, but immediately he is going to go down, and now Uzi's in trouble.
Did he get
Can he get 1 kill? No, he can't. It's going to be 2 for SKT.
So SKT beat RYL to the punch there. There was no counter gank arriving from Lucky, and now it's completely on RYL's other lanes to push and punish SKT for committing 4 people, since they right now got 2 kills for no full turret traded back.
Really first-class use of transition and the abilities that you know are on cooldown. The teleport was just used kind of haphazardly in mid as Whites went down. They knew that wasn't an issue. They know it's not going to be an issue, so they get Dragon as well.
That roam has completely swung the game in SKT's favor. After losing the first turret, they were able to get it back, plus the Dragon, plus even more kills onto Faker. That could not have went better for SKT.
Swings the gold, swings the advantage. Impact starting to build up that CS lead.
Do
see in the middle, there's going to be a catch on towards Piglet. It's the ball delivery system. Is it going to be enough damage to go down? It surely will be. And it's Whites finally getting his first kill.
If you let RYL dive you, they will. Piglet wasn't even in the turret, but they knew he had no flash up. They only had to chase past the Valkyrie, and they also knew, since the rest of SKT had just finished the bottom turret, that there was no support coming for Piglet, which allowed RYL the freedom to just dive at will.
So we got so much of that split push going on in the bottom lane. The top laner still duking it out between Godlike and Impact, but we just saw Godlike making himself known. The teleport was down, but he still felt he could make the walk towards mid lane. It counts for Whites. Still down by 2,000 gold right now. RYL is looking to keep the pressure on. Right now, they're waiting for that teleport and the Malphite to come back up on the ult.
And right now, RYL's general strategy of pushing all the lanes might be backfiring because they don't have enough pressure.
Oh, Tabby in all sorts of trouble here, trying to get away from this one. He pulls in Piglet. Piglet picks himself up. The easiest kill he'll get out of the game.
And every lane is getting punished for RYL right now because Godlike cannot push up against Impact, and Faker's destroying Whites.
There it is again, one after the other. We've seen Gragas in this competition flash body slam, and it only means that you're more comfortable on that champion. You'll do it over and over.
Dominant stuff from SK Telecom in game 1. They have put themselves in a commanding lead. That's going to be the turret going down. There's nothing they can do to stop Impact, and Impact now is going to look at turning this on towards Godlike. Faker pushing, punishing that mid turret. Bengi coming around, safeguard, bottom lane being shoved in. SKT in full control now.
Yes, this game is very dangerous to being almost over for RYL because they rely on objective control. Their semi-final Game 4 win against Fnatic, they were down 16 kills at one point in that Game 4, but because they had turret control and dragon control, RYL was able to come out on top. But when they lose their lane dominance, and they are now down 3 turrets to 1 with no dragon, they don't have that much to come back with. Right now, RYL needs to find ways of forcing 5v5 team fights, but because they don't have something to deal with Impact, they can't actually get all 5 people there without sacrificing even more objectives.
It's going to be very big and a very big job for Uzi to come through here. He got those 2 kills early, but you still can't use a Vayne right away. The damage won't be there. Got the Bilgewater, looking for the Blade of the Rune King soon, but those Sheens both have just came out, and it already came out around 8 minutes onto Piglet. So their spike in damage is huge right now for those team fights.
Double Trinity Force almost complete. Theme's already picked up by Faker pretty early on, which means he's going to work in towards that next item. White's desperately falling behind while he's keeping up with, in terms of farm. Those 4-0-1 for Faker is a huge score. And you can see in terms of gold, massive numbers already.
And I think we really have to touch on this Orianna versus Gragas matchup because RYL is pretty much the team that likes to rely on counterpicks the most, and they were very adamant about saying Gragas beats Orianna. They didn't care if Faker got Orianna because they'd be able to take Gragas.
Yep.
Yet, with the red side Game 1 strategy of SKT giving Orianna up to RYL, I think it just baited Whites into picking it. So much confidence in himself, not enough respect for Faker's Gragas, and that is really a key moment in this game.
We'll see what SKT can do down. Looking to pinch down now on the jungle of RYL as they make their way down mid. You see the rotation up here from Uzi and Tabe as well, but I don't think they're going to get too far. SKT is already trying to cut them off.
They're trying to catch out Tabe, flash crescendo, teleport coming in, they're going to get on Faker, Faker goes down! Oh no, disaster though! The shutdown gold goes to Tabe!
And RYL needs to continue this chase. That was their 5v5, but they only got 1 kill. And what do they have left? That used all their initiation ultimates except for the Shockwave from Orianna, and they're gonna look to dive because they are hopelessly behind right here. See if they can get it against 3.
The unfortunate love for damage in the bottom lane is the Ignite, takes the kill for Tabe, the Shockwave goes down, and they hook in Godlike.
They're going in for Mandu as well. They're going to try and turn this one around. Bengi comes in. Cataclysm in there. Piglet gets 1. Piglet gets 2. Can they turn it around? It's going big. Godlike trying to get away from this one. One more hit will do it. And Lucky and Mandu duking it out, looking down the river. Godlike's in trouble, but Piglet's going to find Lucky. There we go. And look what's happening in that top lane. Bam, there's another turret.
So that's the risk Royal runs every time they group up, is not only the split push from Impact, but the AoE damage from Piglet's completed Trinity Force. Watch how they overcommit for Bengi, and Piglet shreds. His Gatling gun, his Phosphorus Bomb, and the big one hits all 3 people that were diving there for Royal. It means they can't commit the rest of this turret dive. Bengi actually put down an ultimate right at the end just to try and trap a bit, and it just meant that Royal's dive went awry.
That was one of those everybody following the call, and they were trying to do what they could. You see it 8-5 on the scoreboard now in a 5,000 gold lead. Last time we looked at these turrets just a few minutes ago, it was 1-1. SKT has now dropped 3 more turrets in their favor. All the outer tier is gone, and they've already gotten a second tier turret in that top lane, which Impact doesn't look like he's going to be leaving anytime soon after they re-engage their split.
Serious problems here for Royal. They need to win the next team fight, and that could be coming in 20 seconds time. We see that dragon will be up. White is getting that blue buff, and everybody's going to be ready. This could be our first 5v5 engage.
But the thing is, when SK Telecom takes mid-game dragons, they don't let you contest it. They overward your jungle, and they dive you when you get close.
Very nice. Uzi getting hit up. Oh, he gets blasted away. I don't think there's catch potential on this.
Very, very lucky to catch the explosive cast just as he flashed, which knocked him away. So he made Faker look worse than he actually was. He performed it perfectly as they fly in towards the Dragon Pit.
As we saw, everybody gets to jump out over that wall. That's the way SK Telecom is playing right now. Once Godlike showed himself as Malphite in the top lane without teleport up, it was a dragon for SKT since they'd already taken Uzi out of the fight, and at best, it was a 3-man steal attempt by Royal, which would have been suicide.
All right, so we're getting our first core items in around the board. That was actually a 14-minute Triforce that Piglet put in his hands. We see Impact with his as well, the Sunfire Cape, the Athenes on both sides. So those first items mean that the fight can possibly go in your favor, but right now SKT controlling most of the positioning, meaning the fight is heavily on their side. Taking red, taking blue, the map right now is theirs.
And we know that Royal's strategies over in the LPL in China was Raise the Puppy because that's Uzi's nickname.
Right.
But because their team is so heavily dive focused and Impact, Bengi, and Faker, all from SKT, can get onto Uzi, it's very hard to raise him because there's a lot of people that are trying to kill him right now, and there's no real way for Royal to protect him safely.
Godlike going aggressive on Mandu here. He does have White coming across with him. Forces that flash out from Mandu. Means Summoner Spell will be down. But once again, Impact in the top lane. Jack's just pushing strong.
Yes, and this is Royal's game. They're going to look to dive, which is now predictable by SKT. SK Telecom already repelled the dive with less people, only because Piglet stayed safe. As long as Piglet is positioned well with these double buffs, a dive would be a disaster for Royal.
SKT themselves just pinged the inhibitor turret. They still have the second tier, but they said everybody group. It's a possibility we may lose this or have to fight. Everybody on the same page right now, it seems, for both teams. There is a ping in the bottom lane that says this wave is going to be big. If we can pressure this, we can get something off it.
Royal trying to set up a sneaky gank there, but instead a bomb comes out from Piglet, spots them all, catches all 4 of them and says, yeah, we know what you're going to do. We're not foolish. We're not going to run straight headlong in towards that turret like you did on us. And Royal Gaming now, they're in towards a defensive position.
And once SKT gets teams in this position, they are extremely comfortable. The best thing that SKT has done is starve people out once they get leads. They're not going to look to overcommit until they can get a clean fight, or they're going to wait for Royal to commit in the game, engage back at them. SKT is the best in the world at this type of game.
And Godlike is really what they're banking on here. Look at how far they are forced to play back on this turret. The thresh hooks, the barrels, Jax can jump in. Impact doesn't care. He'll fight under the turret. Corki bombs. Royal can't even stop the siege coming in on this turret.
Yeah, Right now they are trying their best to just keep them away. Finally another wave of minions comes in and SKT get a couple of hits in it. Once again, Godlike getting in their faces, trying to keep them away, but there's just simply not the damage to repel them. Those barrels keep on rolling through, and every time Jax gets on that turret, along with Piglet, they knock it down
just
another
flexing
notch.
their muscles.
Yeah, that was actually a Gragas ultimate just for the harass. We've seen so many Gragases in the World Championships do that. It pushes 2 people back because Royal was too low, and it means SKT gets their 5th turret of the game.
Looking very dangerous, but they do still have the Malphite. They have the Vayne. They can get that to the late game initiation. Whites can play the protect game on that, but it's so easy to say, but so hard to do at this point, especially with SKT in the driver's seat. Piglet grabbing up buffs for himself as well. This bottom turret still not going down, and really 1 turret to the name of Royal still. That's the top one that went down very early.
Yeah, big power coming out again. It is going to be the Rabadon's death cap completed by Faker, so he is going to be looking to wreck someone's day the moment he gets back into lane. So much so he could actually probably take Tabe down with 2 barrels. I think he'd be just dropping straight away. Middle turret again being defended cleanly. They know where Royal are focusing, but they just can't get to it. It's 5-1 in turrets rip.
Yeah, that last turret, or the first turret I should say, for Royal went down at 5 minutes, 16 minutes ago. Since then, every 3 minutes, SKT has found an objective after the fight or after a dragon. They're continuously moving off of their engagements.
Here's the situation right now in this game, because SKT has stopped Royal's early game, and now Royal is forced into trying to catch fights. Every time they miss, they fall farther and farther behind, because Impact is still farming in that lane, and since Godlike neglected so much farm earlier, he can't stop that. So Royal's only option is to try a 4v5, but because SKT has so much disengage, they are dodging it time after time, and they are wearing out Royal's engagements.
Yeah, Tabe trying to create that situation, flash for flash, missing out, ultimate burn, which means, again, SK Telecom are going to know their timer on that. They're going to turn it around. Impact's been pushing that top lane the whole time. And sure enough, they're going to go in and steal away that blue buff.
Everything that's happening here, it's like the bigger blitz hand being down. It makes the lane safer. You just saw Crescendo, you just saw Teleport. Everything becomes a little safer. The map is even more yours. They can engage on this. They have no vision in the mid lane, but they will know they're rotating soon. SKT just knows they can flex their muscles right now.
Oh, coming right back.
There's Impact. Coming straight back in. Impact does go down. It's Uzi that gets the kill, and he will be the killing blow on Impact. That's how you stop a Jax.
Yeah, and we can see how lethal this Royal team composition could be if they weren't so far behind, because catches like that would give them the freedom to dive. But now, because there's way too many damage threats that have adequate farm on SKT, even with Impact down, Faker could shred and Piglet could destroy Royal if they tried to fight 5v4. So the kill is nice, but it doesn't give them anything back that they need.
They put quite a bit of eggs in one basket for that kill as well. The unstoppable force being down now, something they somewhat need to stop the siege. Continuously pressuring back, so we're waiting now for Tabe's Crescendo to come up. The flash probably won't be there for the next engage. SKT looks to force this one too strong, now sitting 6,000 plus gold in the lead. The turrets have slowed down now that they actually met the front door, but I'm sure they'll be able to get past this with Royal being so much on their heels and trying to piece together items that they really haven't hit their second core yet.
Yeah, complete map control. That's the blue buff, the red buff and the blue buff taken away from the jungle of Royal. They have complete dominance. Just look at the ward control across the map. You can see SKT have full vision of everything the Royal are doing. That's why they're going to get themselves another easy dragon.
And you can specifically see how many wards SKT has in the Baron area. We're about 24 minutes into the game now, and since the turret pushing has slowed down for SKT, it means the Baron is the next objective for them. They're going to try and get the Baron or a team fight before the Baron, and then use that advantage to crack the inhibitor wall of Royal. Royal's desperately trying to get back some of that map control right now because they've seen SKT starve teams out at Baron before. If Royal tries to move up and gets caught in a brush, so many times against SKT you see someone say, oh, why did they face check against them? It's because they had to. Yep. SKT forces them into those situations by putting enough pink wards down in the enemy jungle and making you check, because if you don't check, you're giving the game to SKT.
And I'm sure SKT also has the inkling in the back of their head that Royal went for multiple 20-minute Barons, although it's very dangerous. They were able to put themselves in that position. Now SKT has done such. The warding, as you said, Jat, pretty much uncontested now because of that.
And here's the most interesting part about this Baron jump in. Everyone came in through the back of the pit. And since Royal's been turtled in their base for so long,
they put a question mark on it.
They never had the time to move in. And here's the face check.
Uh-oh, straight into it. Taba uses the crescendo. It may buy them time. It's not going to buy Lucky anything. Flashes away from this one. They have disengaged so far. Royal are looking to engage.
I know Lucky's looking to run on this one. Godlike coming in from behind. It didn't get another one, but the shockwave delivery. They go in for the fight. Bengi falls. Impacts in the back, but he takes 3 volts quick. Lucky follows going down, and it looks like Godlike will pursue, but no. Can't get the shard out. Doesn't take the movement speed. They get a bit of their own disengage on, and Pumandu will say it's over.
Hey, they got the Baron buff off 2 people, but they still lost 2 people of their own, and now they have to defend 3v3 against the Baron regen. Faker is looking to play.
He has got explosive cast coming up in a couple of seconds, which is why you can see him starting trying to create something. Shockwave's a long way off, as is Uzi's ultimate. That's why SKT starting to try and push in. I don't think they can get towards his turret, though. You can see everybody backing away, but it's a 3-man defense. It should be enough.
It will be quite difficult, though, because the range clear right now. Whites has to come up, and it's dangerous.
Godlike's in the fray. He gets taken out quite quick. 1, 2, 3. The health bar says 0, and they make their way out with another kill. 5, 2, and 3 coming out.
Godlike definitely overstayed his welcome there. He did not need to be up that far because Whites was on the way to clear the turret. Let's take a look at the fight beforehand, though. Royal got a clean enough initiation, and you can see the rest of SKT was scattered looking for Lucky, which is why they decided to initiate. That was a temporary 4v3, and they got a clean initiation onto 2, which is why they were able to clean to get those kills. Faker came in late, Piglet was scared of the initiation, and it's why Royal didn't get devastated in that fight against a Baroned up, heavy lead SKT.
Oh, they're going to catch on towards Faker. The damage is coming in. Is it going to be enough? No, he flashes away. There's no Ignite burning on him. Now Uzi's in trouble. He gets caught out by Bengi's Cataclysm. Royal's going to get focused in. He will not get out of this one.
Gonna drop down, doesn't even get the chance, tries to go to the backside. Piglet takes him out, and they move up, don't get the turret.
It's unbelievable that we're 27 minutes into a Royal game and they have not killed that middle turret. They took 3 outer turrets in every game before the other team in all of their matches. So Royal definitely not winning the turret game here, and it's because their lanes just didn't work out for them, knowing that they got Malphite against Jax, and Faker just beat Whites in that matchup.
See Godlike get into that position where he doesn't take too much, although it is going on to Pumandu here. He can get some harass out himself. He is getting himself a Spectral Cowl now because he has to take into consideration the magic damage from both Piglet and Impact on Corki and Jax.
Yeah, some big problems. And, you know, we saw Godlike also earlier, thinking he's the big tank, went up in there. Faker and Piglet just shredded him down. He cannot go up against him right now, even though he is the main stopping force. He wants to get in and interrupt. And actually, looking back at that replay, Piglet was just a centimeter off being caught by the unstoppable force and Shockwave.
Yeah.
That was a tight fight still.
The thing is, even if that landed, Royal wouldn't have been able to take any objectives off of it. If we look at the positioning of where the fights are happening, it's always in Royal territory, and it's never a dangerous fight for SK Telecom to engage in. Even with this red buff invade, if they get caught, it's a kill. Maybe it's about 1% back in your gold lead, but it's not game-breaking. Whereas if SKT catches Uzi looking in a brush in the wrong way, they may as well get an inhibitor.
And I think Piglet has taken the same thing into consideration, knowing the shockwave, that percent damage, and that unstoppable force that are coming straight at him, builds himself a Guardian Angel, knowing he can be the focus of a fight. Faker now coming into the front line here with Blue. They gather together, leaving Impact in the bottom lane, and they're not even spreading themselves out thin here, being completely in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, an Impact now on a mission. He's a machine. He's got that Blade of the Rune King completed. He's just chewing through the minions and straight on towards that tower. The tower will not last long. The Royal can't even contest this one.
He's not even bothering to let the minions tank at the start of this. He wanted to get the jump on it, and that turret is far too dangerous for Royal to contest. Maybe on the next one, but it's going to be a difficult siege hold against this SKT foe.
Double Triforce spells bad news for a turret. Looks like they're going to move on to the inhibitor now. This will be one of the first. The siege has been pretty unstoppable from these guys. Right now they go for damage poke. They want the fight. They're not even really going for the turret. It's always the 1-2, the hook. Can they get the cast? Oh, the unstoppable force, and they go into the fight.
They're going in for Faker. They do go into the crescendo, but they haven't got him down yet. He's going to run away from this one. Will finally get caught out, but it's the depth of the Royal Gaming getting caught out completely. They are just dropping like flies.
Just a clean ace right there by Royal. It was a scattered fight right there because SKT got initiated on, and they were fine with that. SKT set up a smart siege. Faker was not instantly bursted, so even though he died, he got off all of his spells, and this looks like a clean Game 1 win for SK Telecom T1.
Coming in strong, they did have the fights in their favor. They took the gold lead right away. Even after losing a 5-minute turret, they take down the Nexus turrets at 30 minutes.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of the World Finals is going to SK Telecom T1. Full control for the Korean team coming into this matchup. And really, that was a dominant performance. They chose that red side. They won.
We saw a big smile there on Faker's face because he did not have the strongest semifinals. He was definitely nervous coming into the Galen Center. But now, on an even bigger stage, in front of a sold-out Staples crowd for the World Finals, he picks his matchup later, dominates whites, and is a key point in SKT's Game 1 victory.
You know, we said that Gragas was probably the most problems that Faker had on a champion, if he can have problems on a champion. But Bengi came in, burned the Flash, killed whites, came back, Flash was down, killed whites, got the Malphite ult out of the top lane, and they were able to continuously work those windows.
And I think one of the scariest things now moving into the next game is the fact that RYL got mostly what they've been winning with so far at the World Championships. Aside from the top lane Malphite, which was a little bit off-center for them, they're going to have to switch things up going into Game 2 and the rest of this series.
Well, it was a clean start for both superstars, but it was Faker that came out on top. Let's send it over to Quickshot and the guys at the Analyst Desk for a breakdown of SKT's Game 1 win.
Thank you very much, D-Man, and what a game it was. It started off incredibly dramatic and action-packed. I want to start with the picks and bans because I felt like, you know, RYL made it very clear they were targeting Bengi's champion pool. Bengi just resorted back to that Jarvan, who I personally love him on. It was the champion I associated with him in Champions. What was your take on picks and bans?
In picks and bans here, I think SK Telecom had a big edge right from the get-go because we had a situation develop where SK Telecom picked Jax. So you're talking about one of the strongest split pushers in the game. And they waited for that Faker pick until last. And why I love this is they set up an extremely strong 4-1 split because they had so much disengage. So RYL, they know how RYL plays. In fact, these guys, I think, scrimmed 23 times and SK Telecom went 20-3 against them. So they know how they play. So you know that RYL's going to 5-man dive you if you see them, if they're going up against the split push. What do? Huge amounts of disengage, huge amounts of crowd control to keep them under turret, continually getting hit. And there was really no answer. RYL picked an all-in composition. The Malphite, not as strong against non-auto attack champions as well. It was a little wacky.
So definitely the top lane was a big problem. I think that banning out the Renekton against them is huge because you could see they spent a long time even deciding they didn't know what else to go with up in that top lane. But I have to say, RYL's focus onto Bengi with the bans was what really kind of blew me away there. I was like, why are they banning out? Bengi is not a liability in Champion Select. He plays all of the high priority junglers right now. He can easily play, Jarvan or Lee Sin by. But the reason that people thought he was tunneling on Lee Sin before is because he was trying to take that away from Watch in their games versus Naj and Sword. And man, did Bengi just rule this game from the first couple minutes.
And honestly, until very recently, Bengi was not a player that was known for Lee Sin. He was an Elise and Jarvan main. He pulled out the Vive very recently and started drawing bans that way as well. But I mean, I think it's great for SK Telecom that he's able to absorb all these bans because he always has another card to play.
I think Lucky is actually the liability in the jungle over there.
I feel like Double Lift is wanting to get something.
Yeah, I definitely agree with everything you guys have said. I think Bengi is definitely a contender for just best jungler in the world right now. He's playing so well. Like, every one of his movements is so calculated, where I feel like Lucky is playing really sloppy. He's playing really reactive. Bengi is the one who initiated the game-turning moment. He went to 4v2 dive bottom lane. They killed Uzi and Tabe and took the tower and then took Dragon off of it. That was a Faker and Bengi initiated play.
Let's actually talk about this a little bit because we've really, we've gone from the picks and bans and we've been highlighting now Bengi because he was so heavily targeted and he still had a very big impact. But the early game basically decided this matchup. We did see RYL getting the first tower. They got some kills under their belt, but my word, did Faker play well. And some of the rotations, I think, Crepo, you had some thoughts.
I actually want to go back a little bit earlier than that because the way they played the early game from RYL was really impressive. They managed to hide in their jungle, don't give any entrance to SKT1, allowed them to actually dodge the 2v1 matchup, put Malphite against Cookie and Fresh, and as we saw Piglet and Puman do, they couldn't get him down, they couldn't get him poked down. Eventually, Malphite got too much wave clear. They were even taking tower shots. I saw at least like 3 or 4 tower shots on Piglet and Pumandu. At the same time, on top lane, Uzi and Tabe, as a Sona and a Vayne, were out pushing and out poking a Jax Jarvan combo. That's a very lethal combo. I props to them for doing that. Then Lucky joined in. ideal 3v1 push, like all went really well. In the middle lane, Faker was getting out CS'd. He was down 10 CS on the first 4 waves, but then that's what everybody's talking about. Bengi Faker synergy comes in. Fakers opens up with a body slam, transitions that with his flash, key signature move for Gragas players this tournament. Flashing mid body slam, catching your opponent off guard, not allowing them to flash out. Instant combo from Jarvan. Barrel to finish it off. Beautiful play.
I'm really glad you brought that up because everyone's talking about, oh yeah, Faker played this matchup really well, but where's the jungler credit? Bengi got the first blood. He got him the first blood, and then a repeat gank before the flash is back up again. Bengi's the one, you know, he deserves the credit for that.
To be fair, that ties in with what Doublelift said. Okay, it's a favorable matchup. Orianna does really well early, but 10 CS up and complete wave control. If Bengi was not there to help Faker, this game could have gotten a lot different.
And for me, really the watershed moment of this game here was that rotation into the bot lane, the 4v2 dive that allowed them to take the dragon and really control this game. And there are certain times when losing that early tower can actually be beneficial to you if you play it outright. It teams where we saw the hard push up to the first tower, and that left an entire lane. And even though Malphite, you know, has this teleport, he had to push it all the way back in order to put that map pressure back up. And that allowed Impact to move into mid, and then Faker and Bengi to go down to the bottom lane. So they made something out of that, which is what you see from the best teams in the world. Perceived disadvantages, they use the map so well. What a clean rotation, and that's always what we give a lot of credit to SK Telecom for.
Yeah, one thing I don't want to see change from this game to the next is how aggressive Uzi is. This guy, he played Vayne, which is an incredibly squishy, low base HP champion, and he's not afraid to flash forward and just dive everyone by himself and just be like, my team needs a follow-up, like, go, 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 go. I hope like a loss doesn't discourage you, because I know that White specifically is a really emotional player. You could tell after his first death that he got kind of like, you know, rattled, and he died again, and then he just kind of sat mid and didn't do anything. He let his tower fall, he let Faker outroam him, and those are things that you can really easily prevent by just good communication, not going on tilt.
We actually still remember that play on the bot lane where Uzi just tumbled past the tower, reset tower echo, went back in, flashed out in the last shot, and then just stood in the brush, just teleport out. Like, didn't care.
Nerves of steel.
But I have to ask you, Peter, because you predicted White to go over Faker in this laning phase, and this was really reminding me of that Xmithy over Dandy prediction that he made as well.
Hang on a second. To be fair, it wasn't 1v1.
It wasn't Faker, it was Faker and Bengi.
Bengi was there as well. I'm just highlighting that really quickly.
In a 1v1 setting, White did make Faker base at 16 CS, and White had like 32 CS, so he was doing really well in 1v1.
That's probably why they banned 2 junglers there, because Bengi has been destroying them.
It's also just the matchup, though, right? It's Gragas' job to live until 6 and then all in at 6, and that's really where the power comes from.
Very final word, Crepo.
Big disappointment for me this game was the misuse of Malphite teleport. As we said, good rotations, but against somebody with a teleport, they should be forcing rotations, and they should never be losing dragons. And 3 out of 3 dragons for SKT1. Really impressive.
For the American audience, I felt like Malphite came out of left field and didn't really have an impact. All right, guys, we're going to take a very quick break, but when we return, it is Game 2 between RYL Club and SK Telecom T1, the Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
결승까지 왔는데 1년에 한 번 있는 이런 기회를 놓치면은 엄청 아쉬워할 것 같고.
네, 처음에 OMG한테 졌을 때 그때부터 되게 이번 롤드컵이 힘들 것 같다고 생각하면서 계속 다 같이 연습을 더 많이 했어요.
세계 팀들도 강력하구나 해서 좀 쉽게는 올라갈 것 같진 않다고 생각했는데 지금 결승전까지 올라왔으니까 그 로얄 팀을 이기고 우승하고 싶어요.
아무래도 여기 왔으니까 무조건 우승을 목표로 했거든요. 그래서 꼭 우승을 해야지 목표를 이루는 게 아닐까.
그렇게 만족스럽진 않아요. 저희 팀의 임팩트 선수가 자꾸 큐가 안 맞는다고 놀리더라고요. 화났어요. 4강전에서 엄청 많이 놀렸어요. 끝나고.
그것도 있긴 한데 저 형이 지금 리신 그러니까 미드 1대1을 붙은 적이 지금 6판째긴 한데 제가 5승 1패예요. 그래서 좀 놀리는 거예요.
좀 심하게 놀려요. 기분 나빴어요.
부담 없이 말할 수도 있고 그러니까 원래 친하지 못하면 좀 그런 걸 말하기 좀 그렇거든요. 그래서 친하면 그런 거 다 말할 수도 있고 저 형 리신 큐 못 맞춘다고 말할 수 있고
일단 잘하고 싶은 마음도 있고 탑을 안 갈 생각이에요.
트위터를 제가 하지 않아서 모르겠는데 일단 그 태그를 잘 모르겠는데 그 띵스페이커 저들을 그 레딧에서 몇 번 사람들이 올리더라고요. 레딧에서. 그래서 좀 유명한 것을 좀 느낄 수 있었어요.
선수한테는 그 뭐 자기만 할 수 있다는 플레이니까 엄청난 칭찬인 것 같아요.
별로 저만 할 수 있다는 생각은 안 들고요. 그냥 좀 과장되게 띄워줘서 기분이 좋은데 또 랭크 게임 하다 보면 저보다 잘하는 사람도 많아서 또 핫샷 선수가 또 르블랑을 가끔 저보다 막 저 상대로 되게 잘해서 핫샷 띵스 핫샷 또 만들었으면 좋겠네요.
4강 경기했던 경기장보다 더 큰 데에서 결승하게 될 텐데 많은 인원들이 온 상태에서 환호랑 박수 소리 이런 걸 들을 때 엄청 좀 짜릿할 것 같아요.
저 좋긴 한데 제가 원래 경기장에 그 큰 거에 따라 긴장도가 바뀌는 게 아니고 약간 로또예요. 날짜에 따라 긴장도가 바뀌어가지고
저희 엄마가 우승하고 오면은 막 꽃목걸이를 해준다고 했는데
아직까지 그 세레모니에 대한 생각은 많이 안 해봤어요. 그냥 우승컵 들고 그냥 엄청 기뻐하면서 방방 뜰 것 같아요.
아니요, 반지는 못 봤어요. 당연히 끼고 다녀야 될 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 그 뭐 자랑스러운 일이니까 끼고 다닐 것 같아요. 만약에 지더라도 주셨으면 좋겠어요.
잘 모르겠어요. 퍼레이드를 본 적이 없어서.
그거는 저희가 일단 우승해야지 그 퍼레이드가 되는 건데 만약에 팬분들이 해주시면 엄청 고맙고 기쁠 것 같아요.
Welcome back to the Staples Center and the Season 3 World Championship Final. It is time for Game 2 in this best-of-5 title fight between Royal Club and SK Telecom T1. And after a dominating Game 1, Faker and his team are looking to make it 2 in a row against the Chinese champions.
Yeah, and SK normally drops the first game in these best-of-5 series, but they came out incredibly strong in Game 1, and that just puts even more pressure on Royal Club to come back in this Game 2.
And just as a heads up coming into this match, Royal had the choice of sides, and they have chosen as well to spawn on the red side as SKT did in their first game. So for Game 2, Royal on red side.
I definitely think the big question here for this game now is, will Gragas be banned by SKT so they can go for first pick Orianna? Or will they just let both be open and none of them is going to be first pick and they just simply go for something else, maybe a top lane pick?
Yeah, and it's definitely the feel each other out for the counter picks in the early games. I think the top lane pick thing we talked about, since both Shen and Renekton were eliminated from the game, the team that got the third one, Jax, with Impact, was so far ahead. By the 10-minute mark, he had a 19 CS advantage over Godlike, and then he never recovered. So even though that game was very heavily about Bengi's synergy with Faker and how they shut down Whites, even just completely on the other side, you had that 1v1 going on that was completely in Godlike's, or in the Jax's favor, Impact.
Yeah, and it's something we talked about when we were sorting out the picks and bans. How do you deal with the Renekton? If the Renekton's banned out, how do you deal with the Jax? It's something that we came across with the semi-finals. Najin Shaw proved it against SK Telecom. And now SK Telecom, well, we're going to use that tactic as well. It seems to work very well.
And I think RYL almost got in their own heads in the early part there. I was talking to you, Deficio, and we're like, the Vayne took down, they got that tower at 5 minutes and just went back into the 2v2. Don't think that helped them too much.
It definitely seemed like a mistake their lanes swapped back to the 2v2s and 1v1 so early, because they clearly had the weaker 2v2 and 1v1 lane in both top and bot lane. So that was maybe a bit of a misstep. They could have stayed top lane, actually kept pressuring with the Elise in a 3v1 and simply forced SKT to do a move, and that way they could keep control of the game. So a bit of a misstep with swapping down to the 2v2 and the 1v1, but we'll see what they go for now.
Yeah, and I think the Vi game in the last matchup for RYL Club was kind of supposed to be a ruse. It was supposed to be a little bit of a throwaway ban, because I don't think they are going to try and target ban out Bengi once again. His Jarvan was clearly potent enough to work.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 getting underway for the World Final. RYL Club up against SK Telecom. SK Telecom this time will be starting out on the blue side, and you can see straight away Annie Renekton banned out and Shen taken by RYL Club.
This is actually a little surprising to me, because I thought SKT would be willing to first pick a Renekton, but this tells me they might just be trusting in Faker right now. If there's an Orianna band, as we mentioned earlier, that actually forces, what does that do? That does not force a Gragas ban at all.
That does not force a Gragas ban, no. Gragas will most likely not be picked now, because he's mainly used as the counter to Orianna, which RYL has put out.
Yeah.
This does mean that Fizz could potentially be available for whites, because this is probably going to be an Ahri for SK Telecom now.
Zed is up.
Things Faker does.
I will do one prediction now. There will be a KO last pick from RYL, and there's going to be a Lulu support calling it.
Yes, these are things that RYL plays against Zed. We thought, we thought it was going to be if RYL goes down 2 games, they might let Zed through, because they do play Zed counters. It means that RYL has to find initiation in other parts of their team composition, or just hope that they get it for free. Because, I mean, there's a lot on the line here letting Zed through, but it is definitely a kill thing. I completely agree with Deficio.
Definitely. Well, let's see now, though, what RYL will go with. Elise has been their favorite jungler all through the tournament. They always pick it when it's open. Now they actually go for Jarvan instead. That might be to take away from Bengi, who had a lot of early game pressure in the last game. Possibly maybe a Caitlyn for AD carry. She's one of the decent AD carries against the set, or maybe a Vayne, who can actually also do quite decent against set.
Yeah, you're going to need something mobile, that's for damn sure, because I think everybody's seen what Faker can do on this Zed, so it's going to be something that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. A Vayne against it, well, it's another mobile AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Faker right now, I'm realizing RYL is adapting to the Zed pick, because they threw it out first. It's what they have to expect. Vayne can 1v1 Zed for a fair portion of the game. They're one of the only AD carries that can do that. And if RYL is actually planning to go Lulu later, it means that, if they're planning on going Lulu later, it means that Jarvan gives them the initiation. But as far as SKT goes, they get the top laner once again, since Shen and Renekton are down, and I don't think RYL has a realistic answer for this.
It's going to be very interesting to see what they actually will pick for the top lane versus Jack. The Vayne, though, is going to be the key guy in this setup. If they go for the Vayne, the Lulu and the Kayle, they will have so much protection for the Vayne. Zed will not be able to kill Vayne, and Vayne will be able to maybe clean up the entire team fight and therefore carry the game. If they log in the zone, it will surprise me a little bit, but it will give them a stronger 2v2 lane at least.
Well, of course, we do see, once again, the fact that impact is on that Jax. What sort of answer will they have for that Jax? I mean, we can talk about the Zed. They're going to focus the Zed, but that leaves Jax free.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what they're going to go with against the Jax. They might maybe go for something like a Nasus, but he's going to have a very hard time in lane. Possibly a Cannon. I'm actually not sure. Oh, a Rumble pick. Okay, that's
He
decent.
played one Rumble game earlier on in the World Championships and won with it, but I'm still sitting pretty if you're SKT right here. You have the most played support for Mondu in Zyra. If they go for Lee Sin, it is Bengi's 4 out of 5 champion picks in the semifinal. You have things Faker does on Zed, and you have Jax, who, even though it's not an amazing matchup against Rumble, once he gets some farm under a belt, will just obliterate him. So SKT, I feel like, has done exceptionally well so far in this pick and ban.
It's going to be all about the last pick now for RYL, in my opinion. If they go for the Kayle and they manage to get in a perfect ultimate to simply shut down the Zed and his combo, they might be able to win the team fight with a good old Rumble ult and a good Sona ult. But the Quinn, not too sure about that.
This has got to be an Ezreal or a Caitlyn, if we know Piglet, because those are the things that he's playing right now. It's Corki, Vayne, Ezreal, Caitlyn are the 4 champions these guys share.
And there's this world. All right, now let's see the last pick.
He was playing to the crowd here. How many times do you get to show an oddball champion in front of the Staples Center?
Yeah, it's not really something you pull out in the game too when you've got such a fantastic team comp seemingly. What a RYL going with in the mid lane.
Well, there's 3 picks I can see possible. Kayle is one of them we talked about. Ari can do decent against Zed as well. Actually has kill potential on Zed. If she snowballs slightly in the early game, get an early DFG, she might be able to kill the Zed in a 1v1. And there's always the safe pick in her Gragas. That can work in the lane, but I'm expecting a Kayle.
You gotta think it's Kayle. It's something that White's picked against Fizz. It's what we've seen Alex Each do well on.
What?
RYL is out of their minds right now. I just gotta wait. I just have to wait and see what happens.
Kassadin has been successful throughout this tournament, but up against this team comp? No.
Wow.
What?
Ooh. Okay. So if I'm SKT right now, I am 2v1ing Whites, or just hitting him with Zed, because both of those matchups are horrendous for Kassadin, especially because SKT main weakness is the early game, but they should have an easy early game against these RYL lanes. I'm liking SKT right now.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely also for the SKT liner right now. The thing RYL has to do, like, either they have to send the Kassadin mid and simply hope that he can farm on the tower, either in 2v1 or 1v1 versus Zed, or they pretty much forcing themselves to send Kassadin in a side lane where he's not very strong, and Lee Sin will have a lot of easy ganks on him.
The one thing that we do have to keep in mind, though, is that if RYL does survive the laning phase, the chase from Kassadin and Vayne is going to be immense. We have seen Peke's Kassadin. It's something RYL was incredibly familiar at banning, because they banned Kassadin all 4 of their semifinal games to get here. They do recognize the power there, but to give up what they gave up to SKT and the Zed and the Jax is a bold Game 2 move, to say the least.
I think it's kind of scary that you have a Vayne on your team and you have some hard crowd control, but that's on point. You got to get the flag tossed down. Everything else is a silent, or you can just walk at my Vayne. This is going to be quite scary. And we've heard Cloud9 in the NA season pick Vayne into Zed because they feel it's the 180 carry that can actually fend for itself against Zed. So maybe they got something up their sleeve.
They better.
Absolutely.
They better. Well, Deficio, thank you very much for joining us once again throughout that picks and ban phase. We will be seeing you once again for Game 3, and Game 2 is about to get underway. Have SKT stole a march on RYL Club? Can they take it 2-0 with this seemingly fantastic pick comp for them? Honestly, this seems a little crazy to go into Game 2 with.
Well, RYL's a crazy team, is one thing we've learned about them. The first time we saw them, they took 1 Baron buff and pushed 3 straight turrets to end the game in 28 minutes. They swept OMG. If any team is going to make this composition work in the World Championships at the final, it's RYL.
All right, here we go into Game 2 of our best of 5 at the World Finals. SKT takes the blue side. RYL's choice in Game 2. They do go for red.
So will we see an engage? That is the question. Are RYL Club hoping that they can steal an edge maybe from that start? They do catch out on Impact. They see he was there and immediately back away. Impact not going to be able to take that ward down, but it does give them the coverage. They also have vision of Uzi down the bottom, so it seems nobody's going to go for that invade.
Very interesting to see both of these teams, as we said, over and over, just face first to each other, 5v5. Now that they will spread thin, kind of be that human line of scrimmage, and they will all know that everything is safe. This again, though, stops them from getting their scouting wards in for the 2v1 lanes.
I think overall in this game, there is a lot of importance on Lucky's Jarvan to succeed. He played so much Lys in the semifinals and didn't necessarily perform on it. He had a very poor KDA, even though he picked it in all 4 games. Jarvan was his main champion in the Chinese regional finals. And because RYL has picked what are weak early lanes, Lucky has to augment those lanes and make sure they don't fall behind SKT, because if SKT gets the slightest edge on RYL, we've seen their ability to control with wards, roam and turret dive, and just get objectives. This is extremely dangerous and important that Lucky performs.
That's a pretty big push-off right there. They won't get the pressure on the smite coming up on the spawn of blue, and they're going to have to resort to just going with an orthodox start here. So SKT, they're going to allow Lucky to get that easy jungle round.
This, of course, mean that Whites will be in that 1v1 in that mid lane. Lucky will take himself that blue buff, red buff start for Bengi. So standard stuff here in Game 1. Not so standard in the picks and bans, though. We'll see how that develops as this matchup goes.
Yeah, and I am absolutely enthralled in the Faker lane against Whites, because we haven't gotten to see Faker play Zed. We've seen a couple people play Zed, but it's been banned at least 90% of the time so far in this World Championships. Doran Shield start as well. I really wonder if RYL has a plan to focus, or if they're just going to ignore Faker and hope Whites can stand up to him with his Kassadin farm.
Well, RYL is considering that that blue was still going to be taken. Lucky smited the blue buff, which means he's not up here in time. It took longer to get red, and Godlike's going to find a 2v1.
He's not going to catch him with the counter-strike, but he will catch the kick on him. Is it going to be enough damage? Godlike desperately running away from this one. The Ignite is burning on the turret, but he will survive.
Wow.
He covered some distance on that gank escape. I did not expect Godlike to be able to get out of that one. Bengi did the very standard red to blue buff, early gank top, and Godlike was just over-pushed. He is extremely fortunate to not die to that gank attempt.
So now the pressure is in the top lane. Bengi's going to help out a little bit here, soak up the experience, or he may try to head middle. Faker's trying to put pressure in the mid lane, and SKT as a duo putting pressure on the bottom lane here.
Yeah, Tabe taking a lot of damage, continuing to be harassed there by Mandu, and he's in a little bit of trouble. Going to be low hit points on that Sona. Faker, meanwhile, putting the pressure onto Whites, but White's still doing a good job keeping up that CS farm.
Yeah, but SKT is already invading the Royal jungle because, as we said, Royal's early lanes are extremely weak. And even though White's, he's a little too low for this.
Behind the turret, they go in. It's a 1-2 kick punch. Impact's just there to take a Polaroid.
He wanted to say hello. He wanted to be part of the gang flying through, but they had it under control. That's what happens to Royal when everyone is pushed back to their turrets. They completely lose control of their own jungle, and it means dives like that are a possibility for SKT. Great execution as well.
And the dives that Royal honestly were kind of famous for coming into this one, but it seems to have backfired on this time around. Uzi getting focused on Mandu, going to lock him up. Barrier being burned there, but now he's putting pressure back on Mandu. Piglet goes aggressive. A little too close on that turret, but unfortunately for Tabe. The snipe from Piglet, but now White's coming around the backside.
He's trying to lock it down. This was the teleport to the bottom lane. If they can pull up a double kill here, it'll be worth it for Whites into the ward, but he gets locked up. He's going to be forced to get the one. Lucky gets the other.
So what seemed like a bad move by Uzi was actually a bait. If he could have dodged that Mystic Shot, it would have been a clean 2 for O because Piglet and Manju were bloodthirsty going for that one. It still works out in the benefit of RYL. The teleport mid laner, a strategy, especially on Kassadin, somewhat taken from XPeke's Kassadin, works out here for RYL.
Worked out very well. While that was all happening, Fake got himself a clean bill of health in that mid lane, is now heading towards the top lane. Godlike hasn't got flash available. He's in desperate trouble.
This is big. Coming up onto Godlike. He does not even have that energy charged up below that, or above that 50% mark. Faker hits him once. He's not level 5. A good amount of harass is going to come out of this, but I think he might squeak out one more time. Shield comes on. They're forced to back off.
22 health by that one. Godlike is fantastic at just running away very slowly from opponents because no one seems to be able to kill him in that top lane. Even so, that is more lane pressure lost for RYL, and the assault of SKT's early lanes continues.
And that could have actually bought White's a little bit of a breather in that main lane because, well, Faker was away from that line for a long time. Bengi has come back in there to try and clear him out. We do see Lucky making his way around towards those wraiths as well. So let's see if he heads down towards the bottom. There's no wards just there. Mandu's just spotted that tri-bush.
2 quick things that are completely different in this matchup. Whites is being the first one to roam here over Faker, taking that teleport, not letting himself get in a bad spot, and also the roam here from Lucky on the Mandu.
No flash.
They can lock it down for the kill. It's going to be there. Tabe gets another one for himself.
It's really unfortunate that Tabe picked up that kill. They were trying to rush it before they thought a counter gank was coming from Benji, but the fact that Uzi was not the recipient of any of the turnaround gank when he baited in Piglet's Mystic Shot, and then that gank again doesn't give him gold, means he is not getting going despite all 3 kills being generated by their bottom lane.
He is keeping up in farm, which is an Ezreal, which is pretty damn good against Piglet. This top lane, Godlike, has his 2 escapes been enough to save this lane because it is working so far pretty well up against Impact. Twice he's been ganked, twice he's escaped. Is that keeping RYL in the game?
RYL needs to find a way of getting Godlike in team fights because the only thing he's going to be doing against Jax is surviving. And I think the fact that Impact has tried to kill Godlike so many times is the main thing that's actually keeping that farm relatively close.
Those 2 attempts that Bengi created in the first game were kills on the mid lane. Godlike's done a very good job at kind of staving off the control that SKT already had by this match point. We had the Phage and the Sheen coming in already onto Piglet last game. It's definitely a different pace of game, and SKT is even playing it that way.
Rumble's roaming down, though. White's is 6, and they might be looking to make either a gank play or a dragon play on Faker.
Oh, Godlike throwing those harpoons in, keeping the flame spitter going. Faker just walks away just like Godlike did. I don't think they were quite on the same page there.
Yeah, if Godlike's going to spend all the time to roam down to this lane, he's giving Impact time to get back in the game, and RYL needs to force. I actually do have to give RYL a ton of credit. Only being 600 gold down here, even with Faker roaming around so much and trying to create action, is a huge accomplishment.
And we can see RYL with the inventories being built up here. At least the tier. Whites is looking to stack, get that team to the late game, be able to get Vayne into that hyper carry position. We'll have to see if they're putting the chess pieces in order here. 3-2 in those kills. The junglers look to only hold the lane so far for everybody. You're not really trying to get a snowball going just yet.
Godlike not really keeping that trade going even with Impact. We do see the red buff for Lucky. Lucky who hasn't, as of yet, really visited any of the lanes other than to simply stave them off. Other than that bottom lane where they got the kill again. Godlike getting jumped on by Impact. He can't leave that turret area.
And now it seems like Lucky is actually getting pulled to a lane because it's losing, which is never a position you want to be in as a jungler.
Jarvan not getting as many ganks in. He was like, Impact goes hard. They throw it in the equalizer, but he has the chance to instantly walk out of it. May turn it into a 2v1 kill. He goes on a Godlike. He gets the flash. The Empowered goes down, but Lucky gonna continue the chase.
Lucky might get this kill, but down the bottom lane, they're getting ready to counter this one. Bengi's gonna come in around the side. He's already caught the kick on towards Tabe.
Oh,
Tabe's just gonna get melted.
Wow, the execution right there from Bengi was exquisite. He landed his Q, walked into melee range, R'd him, and then got the extra execute damage from his Q. They're going to continue pushing on this one, and look out RYL. They are in big trouble turret-wise.
Faker going hard on a dive there, gets himself in a tight spot, but he will not choose to go all the way to the bottom lane. The turret is going to go down. It looks like they're going to leave it at that. Piglet getting as many minions wasted as he can before he takes down the turret.
First turret of the game. SK Telecom T1 will be taking that one down any second now. Whites, though, has got himself a good bit of clear farm. He's keeping going. He's falling behind Faker, but it's not the end of the world so far for this Kassadin. We know Kassadins can get going just like a Zed.
Yeah, his Kassadin has been doing all right, but looking at the gold right now, knowing it's close to 2,000 gold, 10 minutes in, means RYL has to find a play that stops SKT from pulling ahead of them very shortly. They are losing the top lane, Impact versus Godlike. We saw Lucky come and gank and actually give up a kill. They are losing the bottom lane because Uzi has been repetitively dove and they've lost the turret. And even though Whites is surviving, you cannot say he's winning that mid lane. If you lose every lane, you lose the game. That is almost always true. And RYL is losing every lane right now.
And they're facilitating the way to keep doing it. As Crepo has been saying on the analysis desk, the junglers are going for that mobility. They're going for being able to get in your face. We see Bengi already with the mobility boots. Like you said, he's been in the bottom lane for the 3-man gank on the 2 lane every time. They take mid turret. They go up 2-0 on that. Even on kills, 2,000 ahead on gold, as it looks like they're going to dance the dragon.
And RYL would have to find their fight here. There's SKT who's cleared out the pink wards, and running into a Zyra at Dragon Pit is extremely dangerous. Even Impact is coming down. The Dragon's getting low very quickly, and RYL's actually giving it up. This is going to really extend that gold lead for SKT. That Dragon was huge.
And they experience the gold. It is all sliding SK Telecom's way. And remember, RYL chose to start on this red side. Yep. This was their choice, and so far, their counter-picking has been countered by SK Telecom's start pick.
Right.
It's very strange to me how they were the side that is traditionally the side that can counterpick, yet all 3 of their lanes are weaker. They very heavily tunneled on a team composition that is around team fighting, but they have yet to be able to force those team fights or roam opportunities from Whites. It's really SK Telecom reading it and outlaning them so strong.
You see 2 of them going for a gank on Faker in middle, but they're not going to gank the Zed. They know it right off the hand. Godlike's got some things to tend to in the top lane with the minions. And it looks like everybody's going to start just getting the camps, taking in an experience. See if RYL can get themselves back into a position to guard. They have 3 mid now, which is going to pressure this, which means it's only going to be Kassadin to hold the turret if they keep going. They're really not in position right now.
This bottom lane's in trouble. Look at the movement of SK Telecom. 4 members moving around the back. They're backing away already.
Yeah.
They should get out.
That's a smart recall by RYL. Knowing that SKT, that's gonna stop Uzi.
Oh, just Uzi.
You're dead.
We're going to see Bengi chasing him down. The Moby boots, they're going to be coming into play. Uzi takes a few shots there. He kicks him up with the Dragon's Rage. A quick kill coming in onto Uzi for Bengi. Puts himself at 2-0-1.
There was no hope for Uzi because he did not recall as quickly as Tabe. AD carries and supports have to be in absolute synchronization with each other.
Even in backing.
At the highest level. Even in backing, because one got hit by the True Shot Barrage and that cost him his life.
We do see Faker taking away that blue buff, so the invade has come on, and the SK Telecom starting to turn the pressure, turn those screws onto RYL. RYL Club are in a little bit of a pickle right now because that top lane impact, again, continues to push on there. Bengi, well, he's been creating opportunities across the map, creating that pressure. And as of yet, White's, he wants to roam, but simply he can't because SK Telecom, everywhere they're going in numbers.
Everyone on RYL is trapped right now. And let's not forget, SK Telecom was the pre-tournament favorite. And they have looked somewhat shaky in the semifinal. They lost 2 games to Naja and Black Sword and barely moved on. But right now, this is the team everyone was expecting to see. They win every lane when they're strong in that part of the game. And then they control the jungle. Look at Bengi, still taking away the red buffs. Let's see if he gets caught here.
Ooh, interesting. They're being so aggressive still, but somewhat staying back. We see Bengi now backing up. He knows he has the coverage from Faker. Faker also roaming a lot less, knowing that if they roam for the fight, Whites comes into the teleport, they are not in the better chance to win that. Impact takes down the top turret. They're keeping their lane steady right now.
RYL is completely out of sync. Godlike runs in that lane despite not having the equalizer, and here comes Bengi.
He just burned that equalizer, unfortunately for Bengi. The kick sent him away, and Godlike escapes again, this time not really of his own doing.
See where they go with this. White still knows he needs to stay safe in mid. He has no coverage towards his left side of the jungle, or the bottom side, I should say. Only knowing that he can hug up with Lucky, but they may still lose this top turret. Godlike doing what he can. Lucky comes up, but they are drawing the entire team now, and Faker's pushing bottom.
And Faker's going to continue in split push. He does not yet have his Blade of the Ruined King, which is really the dangerous item when you're a Zed. There's no one actually on RYL that will be able to deal with the split push of either Faker or Impact. So once again, RYL is in a similar situation that they were in Game 1, where they have to group up as 5 to try and make something happen. But by the point they can group up as 5, there are already strong split push 1v1 threats from SKT that are preventing RYL from actually grouping up as 5 and getting anything useful done.
In any other game RYL Club were playing, they would have gone for that kill. Whites and Uzi both together, catching Mandu slightly out of position alongside Piglet. 2v2. 2 carries, they would have dove for that one, but it seems that nerves may well have got to RYL because they are questioning themselves.
We can see Impact even taking a different stride in this game. Blade of the Rune King actually coming out onto Jax instead of the Triforce build this time. Looking to continue these fights, make sure the objectives are even in their favor once they get to that point. Siege onto this turret, but RYL does have a bit better siege.
There it is.
Stop this time as the Crescendo goes out and Lucky goes in.
Crescendo and Equalizer landing, but Piglet's still alive at the back there. Lucky will go down. True Shot Barrage does not land on anyone. Godlike keeping that pressure on. SKT are running away from this one. It's going to be a double kill for Whites.
They keep going in. Godlike's now in the fray. The Flame Spitter is shut off there. Coming in by Faker. They're looking for the cooldowns, but they're in the middle of the fight, getting torn apart. They're kicked back, but the hit to the face before he gets away.
Can they chase down Faker? Whites is going to try and cut him off with a Riftwalk, and Faker realizes it. He's going to try and turn back onto Uzi. Barriers available, though. Who will get the kill? It's going to be Whites. Faker's going to try and finish it off, but that is a lot of kills for Whites. 5-1-2.
An ace for RYL Club, and they're still down 3,000 gold. Let's consider how far behind they actually were before that fight, and how incredible it is that they were able to win that one. Once they get an edge in a fight, they can chase down. They only really caught Piglet, but look how Manju also stuck around to try and land the counter engage. That's why everyone picked Sara. It's for the counter engage, but there was only one wave of that. Whites and Uzi get to continue the chase. Force Pulse on top of him, smacks him down, double kill straight off the bat, and then Uzi was untouched throughout all that. Since it was RYL who were the ones who picked that team fight, no one on SKT got to hit him, and he was freely chasing them down. Even with the gargantuan gold deficit, RYL came out on top in that fight, and a death cap for Whites.
And absolutely amazing, too. They did it half blind. If you look at the position they're running from, those are only SKT wards. RYL did that by communication and knowing what their capabilities were. Now a dragon follows. This is what SKT was doing all last game. Kills and then an objective. Now it sways for RYL. They're still down 3,000 gold, though.
You know what this reminds me of, actually? Is the Fnatic versus RYL game, except RYL swap positions. They're the team that can get kills.
Faker getting caught out here. He's going to get jumped on. Cataclysm comes out, tries to turn aggressive. It is a kill for Godlike now. They're pushing on the turret.
All 5 of them are in the mid lane, too. This is the RYL team. They just flipped a switch, and they seem to be back at it.
They have impact in the top lane with the Blade of the Rune King. He is going to do what a Sjokz does and wail down on that turret, but they will pressure the mid second tier.
RYL usually does not mess around with split pushers. They usually let him go, but finally they have to pull back because they recognize the power of the split push Sjokz.
Sjokz will beat down on that turret, but the rest of RYL are closing on him. He realizes his situation is going to get out of there. No matter how quick RYL are, they will not get there to him in time. Unless they show themselves, he will cancel that teleport. No, they did. Instead, they're going to go on towards Mandu and Piglet.
Going down, they do have their... No, they do not have flashes up. They're going to get caught with whatever hits them. A good disengage from Pumandu there, and it looks like nothing will actually come of that aggression.
So things we do know is that RYL was able to win a team fight when they were down 4,000 to 5,000 gold, which means they can still win team fights if they initiate them in the right way. Piglet is running with no cleanse on Ezreal, and Whites, did he not get that blue buff?
Nope, Uzi got it.
No, it got taken by Uzi. That really hurts him since he's went with just the tier as opposed to the regular tier Catalyst Kassadin build. So the overall chase of RYL actually got fairly greatly diminished when that blue buff went away. But even so, RYL is looking to punish SKT whenever SKT appears. RYL, with the crescendo up right now, does not want to mess around at this turret, and they may engage as soon as Tabe makes it to that fight.
We see the ability power instantly being taken into consideration coming from RYL. The buys coming out of the Hex Drinker, the Negatron, which will change into the Aegis for Bengi so he can start to help the team, because going that personal mobility boots into the Madrids, he needs to start building auras for the team, realizing that fight was lost, 3,000 gold down.
So pressure being applied by SK Telecom, but good reactions from RYL Club. And, you know, we talked about the team compositions. One thing's for sure from RYL. If they start getting the edge in that team fight, they will be able to chase the entire team down. That's how that ace came about. With a Vayne and a Kassadin, you do not get away.
And something that is really interesting to me right now is both teams have very minimal ward coverage. We look at SKT. They only have a couple wards around the Dragon area, which isn't up. And then we look at RYL, and they only have a couple wards in their own red jungle. Considering how potent these team fights are, it is strange that they haven't been able to get wards. I think it's because both teams are actually too scared to get control back, knowing that there is a Kassadin on one side and a Zed on the other. If someone checks the wrong brush, especially as a lowly support in some of these games, they're dead. And it would be a huge amount of control lost back for that team.
The front end burst coming from both of these teams is definitely something we saw change SKT's mind in the last fight, but then both teams still have the constant damage as well. You have Godlike coming in with Flame Spitter, Uzi, Impact to do the damage on Sjokz, so these teams very well rounded in their compositions. RYL closing the gold gap by just 1,000 now. It's only 2K back. 10 to 7 as they've gone up in kills, but still, it seems that SKT always holds the turrets in their favor and control the game consistently like that.
And Whites is on a completely glass cannon Kassadin right now. I really want to see him fight Faker because the silence can stop a lot of the damage coming out from Faker post Deathmark, but man, that is an aggressive Kassadin build. No one builds Kassadin like this.
And actually looking at all the builds, they've all gone glass cannon. Look at Impact. He's now building towards that Trench Force after Blade of the Rune King, haunting Guy's first item for Godlike with them Source Boots. Everybody wants to lay that damage down early on.
Looks like they could find something. The wards go down, or at least the seeds coming from Pumandu there on top of a pink ward. RYL trying to gain coverage of the top jungle, which is theirs right now as we see the 1v1 between Faker and Whites. Tit for tat in the bottom lane here. 21 minutes into the game. There wasn't much time before the end of the last one, so both of these teams looking to lock it down on the gridiron here and probably go for a next very big fight.
And it is remarkable to me that RYL was able to survive in this game. Even though they're only down 2,000 or 3,000 gold, after that early laning phase where they lost so many turrets and seemed completely desperate, they want to fight exactly when it mattered, but they still have to win many more. As we saw in the RYL vs Fnatic series, when a team is down in farm and lanes and they're losing turrets, you have to win so many fights in a row to actually get control of the game back.
Interesting burst of aggression there. You can see Faker's health dropping down. That's one combo from Whites. just saying, yeah, I can damage you just like you can damage me. There will be big bursts of damage, and they're going to be tricky fights to catch hold of. And you can see actually the entire game, really, the brakes was put on it. 2,000 gold differential has stayed the same since RYL got that ace.
Still looking like Uzi and Whites are going to be big players in this game. Godlike is still doing what a Rumble does best. He didn't have the best time in lane. He is down 50 CS, but the equalizer still matters, and they're still in this.
There is a flash crescendo up for Tabe and a teleport on Caston, while a split pushing Jax is there. If we know RYL, this is a chance for them to put serious pressure on a turret.
We do see White's keeping that pressure, keeping that lane push. Faker just drove it up there. RYL looking to create a situation. They do see the impact is sticking around in that top lane.
They have to make a decision very quickly whether they go for impact or go for turret. And rare move here by RYL, they actually pull back against SKT.
It is super interesting. To force the fight, Impact might get the tower, but if you win that, the teleport in from Kassadin means you are going to have the higher numbers. RYL does not feel confident enough to fight that.
Well, I think they thought Whites had maybe just bought enough time to keep that bottom tower down, but we do see Faker is going to react. Mandu comes in, clears out those ward coverage of the Baron. And remember, it was a 25-minute Baron in game one that SK Telecom pulled off. That may well be the focus of these two teams, but it is so much closer this time around.
And I think one thing that is stopping RYL from their regular dive-happy gameplay is the knowledge of Pumandu Zyra and how difficult it actually is to dive turrets against them. If Whites were to get in, but get caught by the Zyra ultimate or grasping roots, it would just be curtains for the entire RYL team.
The blue buff now going over to Whites this time. You can see Uzi taking a sidestep on this.
They're going to try to steal this.
They will. No, it's going to be the Dragon after, so at least the True Shot Barrage is down. This is going to give them safety, but no, they find Tabe. The wards are going to be in their favor, and they've wasted quite a bit. Now to go back on Impact.
They're going back on Impact. He may be able to flash away from this one. He does, and that's going to be RYL back into ways. The equalizer goes down from Godlike. A little aggressive there. Uzi coming around the side. That's going to be a force pulse coming out. SK Telecom actually forced to back away from this one. Lucky going deep.
White still trying to get in with that Force Pulse. That is going to be down as he's waiting for it to come back up. Everybody getting quite low here. A good amount of damage taken across both teams, but it looks like they are still pressuring Dragon.
There is still a Jarvan ultimate up, and we could still see a Lee Sin kick for an engage. Lucky goes in. Where's the Jarvan ult?
There, wow, burst of damage coming straight through. Uzi getting in there on towards Faker. Faker trying to go aggressive, but he will get shut down by Uzi. They're going to keep on chasing. It's going to be Impact the next target. You can see the counter-strike jumps away with that leap strike just in time. But Piglet, he's out of position. He's running around the back.
Still trying to get the chase in. Will he be able to pick anybody off? He has low health. Ezreal does have the kicked away. He doesn't get the attack that time. This time, Bengi stays alive in that situation, but they are still everyone. The Mystic Shot threads it past Godlike. It's going to be the 1-for-1. Also going down. A kill coming in from White. Back and forth on the board. 13 to 11. Piglet comes up with a lone man double kill.
Absolute chaos after that one. RYL had the upper hand. Can he catch? Wide left. So that fight was RYL winning, and then RYL absolutely overcommitting. So watch the burst that went to Pumandu from White's glass cannon Kassadin, and then Faker went in for Tabe. Ill-advised because the carries of RYL are Kassadin and Vayne. They chase, but at this point, you have to stop chasing. There's a Dragon up that hasn't been taken, and they did not expect Piglet to be around the back. So as they overcommit is when Piglet decided to show himself and pick up some kills in the back. The kick came right as Whites was trying to finish him off, and then as they were working on Impact, Piglet ran them down from the backside. That could have just been a RYL-controlled Dragon after 2 kills, but instead, it keeps the game even and actually extends SKT's gold lead ever so slightly.
So absolutely crazy, these fights. Like I said, there's a good amount of front-end burst, but there's going to be DPS to follow, and we actually saw that fight going coast to coast, now resulting in RYL's Dragon. But like we said, this Dragon could have happened sooner. SKT's already back to pressuring lanes, so RYL now has to adapt and react.
And you know, you were talking about the vision. They didn't have anything. RYL kept on chasing, completely blind. It's going to be Impact. They're going to jump in. Catalysm going in there, but nobody else can get close. He may actually wreck Lucky before he can get in. Leap Strike will be available in a second. Jumps onto Bengi. Crescendo comes down. We see the equalizer follow. Uzi's going to come in. It's a kill for Uzi.
And where do they go now? Because that's a very large damage dealer for SKT that they have taken down, but their lanes are pushed to the side, and they did burn Crescendo and Cataclysm, their 2 main forms of initiation.
Almost deja vu of the last game. This is exactly what SKT was doing, providing picks for themselves, making things happen. A true shot barrage through 3 members. That attack speed now up on the passive, but they don't use it.
And Piglet is scary right now. With the Trinity Force and the Last Whisper, he is wrecking people. That was just a couple spells from him that took Tabe completely out of that turret push. That is now a huge priority. And SKT, with the Jax in their team composition, is very difficult to plan for in team fights because they have 3 people you need to kill now instead of your often 2. If you look at RYL, you'd have the Rumble who puts his ultimate down and then you don't need to kill him. They need to focus on Cassidy and Vayne. But if you don't kill a Jax, a Zed, or an Ezreal, all 3 of those things become huge problems later in team fights.
And we do see the blue buff may well get invaded on SKT, pushing back up that mid lane. We see Uzi trying his best to shove out that top lane. They're still yet to get the top and bottom out of turrets. RYL Club, while they seem to be winning these team fights, just like Fnatic, this is eerily close, they don't get the turrets down.
And I think we're just going to keep seeing these team fights again and again. And I think RYL is going to be coming out on top for a fair bit unless SKT can get a catch on someone or if Whites makes a mistake in a team fight. Because, holy crap, Whites has so much ability power in Cassidy right now. 454, and he is just blowing people up.
Piglet being a little menace there, stealing away the Wraith with his Mystic Shot. They make their way back to mid. We will have the teleport still up onto Whites, not used a lot throughout the game, but at this point, with Impact being so far ahead, Faker being so far ahead, I don't think teleport, I actually think teleport's too long for that to happen.
And there's actually 2 people on SKT that are in the top lane right now, which means if we're gonna see a RYL push, it's now. Tabe has Flash Crescendo, but they don't have a minion wave.
Don't have a minion wave, and you can see immediately it's Piglet being the defender, keeping them away, but this time around RYL may pull the trigger. We do see Impact and Benki just waiting off in the wings. They are ready and waiting for this fight. RYL realize it.
And RYL hasn't been able to pull the trigger on a fight in SKT territory. It's been too dangerous for them, and this would be a fight that they could try and do that.
You have to imagine how chaotic a fight would be. From out of the brush, you get an Impact on Jax, you get Bengi on Lee Sin, you got Faker coming in on Zed. They want all the vision they can get out of this fight. Impact getting a little aggressive there. Everybody's getting antsy.
But Tabe's flash is down for an initiation, and that's because Whites wasn't near for this one. SKT's gonna take some Baron control off of this one.
Tabe taken away from that one. Oracle on Bengi, may well force Godlike. He's going to get caught out. The kick comes in. Impact's going to follow on through. Godlike gets kicked back in towards him. He's going to get created. He's going to get dropped down. Equalizer was down in time, though. Uzi gets caught out. He's in trouble.
Looks like Uzi may make it out. He forces the flash. Gets into the brush.
Can he win?
He puts on the barrier. No, Impact gets the leap strike. They take him down, though, as White's coming in from the back. And Lucky tries to hit him. The crescendo
White's is caught.
White is in all sorts of trouble, but the Sonya's hourglass is perfectly placed. Can he get out? Force Pulse comes out. No! Piglet is there. Tabe's in trouble. He's going to go down. Piglet's tanking down the turret. And look at Pig. Look, he's just in all sorts of trouble. He's like, what do we do? What do we do? I give a triple kill to Piglet.
A 5-for-1 by SKT because they got the fight when RYL was not ready for it. Cassidy and Sona are missing at the start of this fight. So Godlike, despite throwing down his equalizer, everyone on RYL tries to save him because RYL knows that they've actually been winning a lot of these fights previously, so they were willing to take this engagement. And as well as Uzi can kite, SKT can chase even better. Then Whites gets forced into over-committing here. He gets caught by a Grasping Roots. His entire health bar almost goes away. That's the danger of the Glass Cannon Kassadin. And Piglet's scary Ezreal just finishes the job while taking the turret.
We see the turret going down in the top lane and the mid lane pressured after that. A very reminiscent score of 5-1 in turrets now. 1 minute ago, the last game was finished. SKT is going to have to put a few more on this one in their eyes, but RYL still looking to thwart this off, but it still heavily sways. 6,000 gold now in favor of SKT.
Yeah, it's a big advantage once again for SK Telecom RYL Club. Resetting, having to sit back. They were the ones trying to be aggressive, and both times these teams have been aggressive, it has backfired. SK Telecom with that lead, with the kills, the towers. RYL Club just haven't got close to those turrets right now, and it doesn't look like they're going to, because SK Telecom are becoming too strong.
Yeah, and RYL already came back from near death once in this game. Can they do it twice? They need another type of miracle fight where Whites can get in at the end, and specifically where RYL could catch an initiation. But because they're down 5 turrets to 1, it's so difficult for them to even think about this Baron. SKT normally just baits for kills, and right now, This is going to be a steal attempt for Lucky. Doesn't get it.
Two-Blade of the Rune Kings crushing down Baron, and then possibly a Lucky. The crescendo from the backside, but it's only to try and help. The disengage is there. Quite a bit was used just from over the wall, and that leaves RYL to have a hard defense now in the mid-turrets.
It's the turret kills that gave SKT that chance. And Lee Sin had the added benefit of timing his resonating strike with his smite to spike more Baron damage down and made it so Lucky could not steal. If you remember the Fnatic series, Lucky secured multiple what we call 50-50 Barons when it's a smite war. This time, Bengi gets it, and SKT might push hard.
Piglet and God, they don't have crescendo available. Tabe getting caught out. Look at that. Godlike went down in a split second. Didn't even get to catch his health bar. It is going to be SK Telecom rushing straight in. That's going to be the first inhibitor of the game. And they're going to back away. White's trying to get the burst down. No, Piglet's going to follow.
Piglet trying to get into the kill. They are easily going to wipe these guys out. Piglet flashes out. The Baron buff keeping him healthy now. They're now on to Lucky. Uzi doing what he can, but it's only from the outside. Trying to make something happen. The true shot barrage misses, but it leaves Uzi limping away.
What a push there by SKT. They had the Baron buff, they knew they could take fights, and Piglet is playing out of his mind this game on Ezreal. Always going in right after Whites uses his Rift Walk on Cassidy, so he is safely trading damage back on Cassidy without the threat of assassination. This fight all started because Faker finished off Godlike, so they did not have to worry about Rumble. But specifically, watch the way Faker keeps his distance. We actually don't have time for that because Faker's going for more.
Faker gets the kill. Uzi backs the hell away from that one. Doesn't want a part of that. Piglet becoming a beast. Faker becoming a beast. SK Telecom are deadly right now.
After a game one loss, RYL put their eggs in the basket of we give them what they want and counter pick it. It doesn't seem to have worked for them this game.
No, that's just too much for them to come back to, Rao, I feel. This surely is RYL resetting once again, thinking, okay, we're going to be the red side again, I believe.
No, the next game, yeah, they are the red side.
Yeah, because they chose red side this game. Yep.
How do we counter this? We don't give Faker Zed, that's for sure.
My word.
We don't give him Orianna. We don't give him Gragas. What do we give him?
This is the questions they need to be asking themselves right now, because SKT has shown a lot of proficiency here, and RYL tried their curveball in this game. I feel like the Kassadin is a big curveball from Whites. They're only, remember, they are down 11,000 gold, but I think it's the 7 turrets to 1 that are really sealing it right now for SKT because of the way they have been able to control the map. But the Whites versus Faker matchup has been extremely close in this one. It was not extremely close in the first game. And as far ahead as he got on Kassadin in this game, SKT's coordination overall and their ability to play as a team thus far have really just secured them this second victory, it seems.
The ability to keep their mentality up. In a lot of their interviews, these players said, we're really not worried about our skill. It's about the mentality throughout the game. If you can keep that up, you'll prevail. See what they can do going into this. Mandu working the oracles, making sure they have vision on the left side. You can see RYL, no wards in their jungle either. So SKT has a safe exit here if something does go wrong.
There's so much damage built up from these carries right now that the moment someone gets remotely close, you see Tabe removed from the map, you'd see Uzi even just dropped before you even see that health bar going down, and they're just poking his turret. There's nothing RYL can do to defend it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a hard engage from RYL very quickly.
There it is, straight away, crescendo coming down, Equalizer going to follow. Impact actually taken very low, but look at that, the turnaround damage from SKT.
It looks like they're gonna continue under the turret. Bengi is the one tanking, and he gets out on a safeguard, if you will. Uzi finds a kill. No, taken from Whites. They continue into Pumandu. Piglet now in the eyes of RYL.
The chase is strong. Piglet's going to get caught out, but look at that. Sonya's down. Piglet gets away, and that's going to be Whites in trouble. What a turnaround coming out from SK Telecom. Just as RYL thought they could chase, SK Telecom are back in control.
These fights are decided by inches right now, and small ticks of health bars. This could be the game for SKT, but no. They're blinking red, they're just trying to take more advantages, and wow, this is a RYL team not giving up without a fight.
Home guards looks like it is the saving grace here for RYL. They're able to get enough HP back into the base, and that's just godlike. The only one left up in that fight, and he was almost taken down there in the end.
Yeah, and look at how they barely went for impact, nearly just took him out of the fight, and how the turn happened. It's all about Uzi and Whites and how they stayed healthy. There was a QSS that got popped very early by Uzi to stop the Faker death mark, and once he was out of the picture, it was chase time for RYL. But watch, we've been talking about Piglet playing out of his mind. He waits till this moment to use the barrier, gets it with the shield as well from Lee Sin. And then since Uzi was surely dead, he had to flash away, and that was a rare miscalculation from Uzi, thinking he would finish the kill onto Piglet before he flashed away, and he was just wrong.
What a crazy, crazy engage. RYL, do not count them out. They are holding on just about. However, they only have one inhibitor turret. Both Nexus turrets do stand, and that inhibitor in the middle will be respawning shortly, but you see the timer ticking down. 1 minute 34. That Baron will be the next focus target for SK Telecom, and I'm still not sure if RYL can fight for it.
And RYL is still showing some proficiency for fighting, because even with the Baron buff in that last push, it was an extremely close fight for SKT. If Tabe gets a crescendo in the right spot, it could give them something, but knowing that there's a QSS, it makes it more dangerous. RYL doesn't care about fighting early.
The jump in from Impact to equalize the laser on the red carpet, but they're all off of it already. They've entered into the fight. RYL's health bars are just getting demolished. Uzi on the outside trying to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough. Uzi's chased into the base, and SKT wipes him for the ace. The Quadra for Piglet.
Bengi stealing it. Bengi stealing the Quadra there, just getting the Penta at the end. But it's going to be SK Telecom taking this game. Strong performance in game 2 once again. RYL put up a great fight, lots of kills back and forward. But it's SK Telecom taking game 2 in the World Finals.
It's only going to take 8 more minutes than the last game. They solidify it, and they do it just as last time.
That was a much closer affair from the first one, but really SK Telecom pulled it together after some mid-game hiccups. You really have to credit that Ezreal from Piglet making the correct plays in the team fights, being able to play around White's glass cannon Kassadin, and you can tell RYL is on the ropes right now.
You have to be. You saw Jax twice in the top. You saw Lee as well. What do you ban? What's good? We just gave him everything they wanted at their birthday.
Giving them Zed almost worked. I don't think Faker had a monstrous impact on that game. He did try some roam
both
early.
mids did great.
It did not work too well, and White's was definitely not shut down, but it was the overall lanes. And it's so strange because RYL's lanes seemed absolutely next level against Fnatic, and that is not the case against SK Telecom. All that pre-tournament hype for SKT is kind of coming true right now.
Solid, solid play from Piglet in that last game. Let's send it over to Quickshot and his crew for a breakdown of the action-packed match by SKT.
Thank you very much, D-Man, and what a game. Before we get into breaking it down, I do believe my train is on its way. Give me a ticket. May I have one? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am boarding the SKT train. I do want to talk about this matchup, though, and picks and bans. It's something we start with every single matchup. I have to highlight Bengi. He was target banned by RYL in game 1. We talked about how he likes to play Jarvan, likes to play Elise, and he got his tournament champion right now of Lee Sin. He's 8-1 with Lee Sin, with a KDA of over 14 in this tournament. His numbers are absolutely phenomenal. And in this game, RYL gave away Zed and Jax and Lee Sin. Like, it's something you can't do.
I was talking about before, like, I don't know why they're banning at Bengi, because he does play all the high-priority junglers here. The real surprise was letting Zed and Jax through for SKT. That is 2 very strong split pushers that they can use, which is the style that SKT likes to use. And then the wild card coming in with Kassadin with the very last pick for them. It was really interesting, and it was not a RYL strategy. You know, usually they have strong lanes early, but they picked all these losing lanes, and then they were going to try and have the upper hand late in the split pushing game with a teleport Kassadin, but it did not work out for them, because when you lose your lanes all early, it kind of guarantees the possibility of a 3-1-1 split push late. That's just what SKT wanted.
So just speaking to RYL pre-game, the Vi ban I can kind of understand, because they think that Vi is an instant kill for Faker, and if Vi just flash ultis White mid and Faker gets first blood, it's GG, dude. And there's honestly not a lot of power or counterplay to a Vi like Ahri gank or a Vi Zed gank.
I want to take and talk about this composition and what we saw. This game and composition really reminded me of Game 2 against OMG that RYL played, where we had these 3 glass cannon builds. Again, a Rumble with a Leandries first. And what we saw was the perfect counterplay to that there. SK Telecom had a read on this. They control vision. They wait very, very patiently for one person to get out of position. And that's really what blew this game open. Faker catching Godlike in the jungle and then rotating to take that top turret. I mean, it was just pedal to the metal from there.
That's true, but earlier in the game, you have to say, SKT didn't play it flawlessly. They
didn't. No.
grouped up for a team fight at 16 minutes instead of just split pushing. And that's where RYL got back into the game because they've got the team fighting team. Tabe flash ulti, the crescendo, almost got them back.
Because you're cutting into my job now. Because this is actually something that we've prepped. It is a replay that we're going to pull up onto your screen right now, guys. As you've already highlighted, it was actually the saving grace that pulled RYL back into this game. And if it wasn't for getting caught out later, maybe could have turned it. Crepo, talk me through the replay and you know what RYL did right and maybe what SK did a little wrong.
So RYL got into this position because they lost all their pressure early. As we said, they had this very roam-heavy side, roam-heavy game rather on both sides. Their answer, they tried to do that with Kassadin with teleport, didn't really work, so they're behind. But this is what Monty said. They have this triple threat comp, really squishy, and in the team fight, basically what they want is Lucky to go in, draw all the aggro, and if he somehow gets blown up, he does his job because if they're getting lucky, then 3 threats are alive and they're just going to ravage the entire team. If we roll the script, we see exactly what happens. This is Tabe doing a really good crescendo. Like, catches Piglet after tower shot. Piglet gets blown up. Lucky goes in, draws all the aggro. Really good job. Lucky gets blown up by Deathmark. Now Uzi is alive, Godlikes is alive, and Whites is alive. Flashes into Rift Walk, into his E, double kill. This is basically what happens. The AoE teamfight blow up. All these really squishy targets do so much damage that you don't even have time to turn around and kill them. This is what basically got them back into the game, and if this would happen to be a repeat process, maybe they could have won the game. But in the end, we have to realize SKT is a really strong team, and they don't make a mistake twice.
And I think what you have to congratulate RYL here is they saw that very small window of Piglet moving just a little bit too forward, taking that tower shot, and then the conviction that which RYL went in and took advantage of that was pretty astounding.
That's what I was talking about. When you have the initiation on your shot caller, that's going to go
Well,
well.
very final word before we move on. Double lift?
Yeah, I want to see RYL have an answer to Sjokz this time. Either a ban or like an answer that's not Rumble. Like, that doesn't really make very much sense. Rumble does not like deal with Sjokz. And I want to see Uzi, if the enemy team is a split pusher like Zed or Sjokz, be able to deal with them 1v1. I think he's a little bit scared to get in 1v1 situations and like potentially get outplayed, but he needs to be confident and be like, I'm going to go 1v1 this Sjokz.
Well, there is no more room for error if you are RYL or a RYL supporter. They are down 0-2 in the series. And we're going to take a quick break from dissecting all the action, actually see what you guys, the fans, have had to say. Earlier today, we did ask you who has been the MVP of the Season 3 World Championship and why. And here are some of our favorite answers. At iStomps, he says, the MVP to me is definitely Uzi. Superhuman reactions and mechanics. Even Double Lift has no points of criticism. Unique. Now, first of all, you're speaking for Double Lift. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's not true at all. Okay, so when he first came into the tournament, his first few games, I identified literally 0 mistakes that he made. But as the tournament has gone on, I feel like the level of his opponents has gone up, and he's been making a lot more mistakes, especially in laning phase. I don't think his 2v2 is nearly as strong as I expected, and you see him just get completely bullied around by Pignet and Poo. And another thing is just that he's not comfortable split pushing solo as Vayne, which I think is a necessary skill.
He does have his moments of sheer brilliance, though.
Yeah, definitely. And seeing as though you've volunteered to take the next one, at KaiTKGG, my MVP is Faker. Watching him play with such confidence, swagger, and mechanical efficiency sends shivers down my spine. I think someone's got a crush. What do you think, Crepo?
Faker with the swagger. Yeah, I mean, how can we deny it? Things Faker does is a meme and everything. He's playing so well. Just whatever catches my eyes whenever Gragas is, play comfortably doing the E-Flash. Nagna did it too against, was it against Faker?
Yeah. I think it was, yeah.
So Nagna did it too, and then Faker just played so well, mechanics, top notch. Yeah.
Yeah, super intelligent player. Now, a final tweet from @JackRascal. He says, Piglet should be MVP because he might not have been the flashiest player at Worlds, but he's never had a bad game either. When I think about it, and I agree with that. He's been pretty solid.
Even in SK Telecom's losses, he's usually the one keeping the team in the game. And many of you may not know, but Piglet actually had a higher KDA than Faker in Champion Summer. This guy has had a red-hot season so far, and he can carry just as hard.
It helps when your front lines never die, and you can just shoot him from the back line.
Okay, so keep those tweets rolling in. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds if you want a chance of getting your answer read on air.
All right, guys, we do have to take a very quick break, but when we return, it is Game 3, potentially the final one between SKT and RYL Club, with Faker and his team just that one win away from taking the Season 3 title. Plus, the Evil Genius's jungler Snoopy will join Sjokz to break down the keys to SKT's dominant performance. But first, we take a spin around the globe to see how the world is watching the Season 3 World Championship final.
3, 2, 1,
My name is Chris Cluey. I am a League of Legends player.
Chris Cluey is an NFL punter who spent most of his career with the Minnesota Vikings, and he's known for his activism in gaming.
My specialty is ranged AD carry. Vayne is my go-to. You know, I enjoy rolling around, throwing crossbow bolts, jumping out of bushes invisible, and then ganking someone. It's a lot of fun.
If an NFL player played my favorite champion, Vayne, then that's awesome.
For me, esports is really this burgeoning culture of actual sports, in that you have young adults competing in a team-oriented fashion. And what we're seeing with esports right now is that beginning part where it's growing in popularity and people are starting to realize, hey, this is something I can watch, this is something I can be entertained by, and this is something that I can do. I can play League with my friends, and then when I watch the professionals do it, it's really fun because I know what they're doing.
Having an NFL player noticing esport and like promoting it on his Twitter so all his fans will see it is like really awesome. I heard about the NFL like many years ago. I just went through the TV and I found the game. It was the Dallas Cowboys playing against the Redskins, and it just instantly caught my interest, and like I got a huge man crush on Tony Romo for some reason, and then from there on I was just a Cowboys fan.
The time that you have to put in order to be that good at a video game, it's the same amount of time you have to put in to be good at a physical sport. It's just this is a mental sport. And there's also physical aspects. I mean, you have to be able to react. Your reaction times have to be right up there just as much as with a baseball player or a football player, because if you don't see that jungler coming out, then you're probably first blood.
Obviously, the physical demands of pro gaming are much lower, and I'm sure people would play football 15, 16 hours a day if they could, but it's just not physically possible.
People really enjoy just being able to interact with the people that they see on TV, and I think with League, you're going to see that more and more and more. There's going to be, hey, can I play a game with you? You know, hey, can we get in some matches? Can you teach me some stuff? Because you know that, you know, I can talk with this person. I can log on into their, you know, their Twitch stream or Shoutcast or whatever, and I'm right there talking with them. I'm watching them play. I might be playing with them. I might be presented right there in the highlights.
If Peyton Manning could throw footballs during practice and constantly talk to people live on television or live on the internet about how he was throwing footballs, he probably would. I think that's a unique advantage that esports has.
This is really that emergent point where a sports league forms, is that the barrier to entry is very, very simple. It's for baseball, you get a bat and a glove. For football, you get some pads and a ball. For soccer, you just get something you can kick around. I mean, it's very, very easy to do. With League, you just get a halfway decent computer, then you just download the game and play. As kids grow up who are comfortable with video games, who have grown up playing video games and understand that this is a socially acceptable thing to do, those kids then become young adults, then become old adults, and that's how the world changes. So that's why I think esports is going to be a very legitimate sports scene in the upcoming years.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship Final, as I am joined on the floor of the Staples Center by EG Snoopy. Now Snoopy, we're 2 games in and RYL went for the counter picking in game 2. Still didn't quite work out. What do you feel they have to do going forward in this series?
I think one of the big things we're actually noticing in this game is that Tabby doesn't have enough confidence in laning phase. I think White's performing really solidly in mid lane against Faker, but I can see Piglet's really outshining Uzi right now, and I think a lot of that actually has to do with Tabby. Tabby needs to find the confidence in himself. I hope he doesn't like revert back to like a safe pick with the Lulu. He needs to stick with the aggressive supports like Sona and Annie if he can. It was interesting as well actually to see Kassadin get picked up. I felt that was a very strange pick for White. He did really, really well in the lane, but I thought we would have seen like a Kayle come out of him. We've seen that before against Fnatic, so I thought we would have seen the Kayle come out. But he picked the Kassadin and actually did really well against a hard lane matchup. So I think White's really performing well this game.
I think we all hope that it goes to 5 games, of course. Now, as Season 3 is about to wrap up, how would you judge your own past year in League Esports?
I think we've had an up and down ride over the past year. I mean, coming from Season 2 where we were actually on this stage, it was fantastic. But it sucks not to be here in this kind of environment, but it's mind-blowing to see how far we've come and how far we're going. Like, coming into next year, there's so many big things that are going to happen, and I really can't wait to be a part of it.
Final question. How do you think the rest of the series is going to go? Do you think RYL has it? Can they pull it back?
I want RYL to pull it back. I actually called a 3-1, and I really, really want RYL to come back. Does anyone want a Game 4 and Game 5? So, I think we can agree that we want a Game 4 and Game 5, so come on RYL, let's win this.
Thank you very much, Snoopy. More League of Legends is what we all want, of course, and for more League of Legends, we're now going to go back over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. It is indeed time for Game 3 between SK Telecom T1 and RYL Club, who are 2-0 down so far, and with one more win, Faker and crew will be taking Season 3's title and the Summoners Cup.
Yeah, and one of the big matchups here was going to be Piglet versus Uzi, and Piglet has absolutely stepped up right here. 13-2-10 as RYL in 2 wins against Uzi there. So it has been an absolutely momentous performance, and I cannot understate how well Pumandu has played as well. His Thresh and his Zyra have not been talked about much, but they have been incredibly pivotal in his success.
And RYL has quite a big task ahead of them. They have to win 3 in a row now against an SKT team that only tends to lose the early games in a series, as we've been talking about. So it only gets harder from here on out.
Yeah, and joining us once again, as you can see, is Deficio, who is a little bit riled up about the picks and bans in that last match.
I simply do not understand the way RYL are picking these games. They need to pick stronger lanes so they can snowball SKT. That is what RYL has been good at. That is what they did against Fnatic. They pick strong lanes, they outplay Fnatic in the laning phase, got ahead, snowball. They need to do the same against SKT, and they need to have an answer for the Jax top lane.
Yeah, and once again, we see RYL on the red side. So they do have the potential to get the second picks and always counterpick whatever they see, because they're always going to be picking after. Caitlyn has not been locked in early. Caitlyn wins the lane as AD carry, and we saw Uzi's absolute domination with Caitlyn in Game 4, the game that actually got them here to the World Finals. So really, RYL did look angry after the last game, and I feel like they're going to make some adjustments.
And I just want to clarify any confusion. If anyone's just tuned in wondering why they're back on the red side, because SKT won the coin flip, it does mean they get to choose what side they're going to be in Game 1, 3, and 5, which is why they chose red, blue, and if we ever get to Game 5, it'll be blue again. But this time around, it will be SK Telecom as blue. And, well, what are RYL going to do on the red side this time around? How are those bans going to work?
Well, instantly we see the any banned out again.
Instantly. That's the one ban we're going to see every game. In the series SKT played against Najin Blacksword, they just had their first ban Twitch every game because they picked one guy and that was Prey to shut him down. Here, it's the Annie.
Annie's gone now. Renekton is gone. That could be an issue again for RYL because now the Jax is going to be open. Who are they going to pick against the Jax? If they ban Shen themselves now, they're in the same situation. They have to go either Rumble or...
they did it again.
Nasus, now they did it again. So I wonder if what RYL is going to go against this Jax.
And this time, SKT actually banned Zed on the blue side, which tells me they didn't care about that, but they get the Jax again, and he has been dominant. Impact has not been outdone in that lane.
And I have to question the Vi ban as well from RYL.
Why are they so scared of Vi?
I'm not totally sure, but Benji has shown he can play so many different champions. He played Jam in the first game, he played Lee in the second game, he did so well. Why do you keep banning out one of his champions when he just has something else he keeps going back to? But it will be very interesting to see what they're going to pick up now, because they have to do something, RYL.
And you were talking about the lane phase when we were off air, we were just discussing it. Caitlyn, you keep wondering why he keeps going. This is Uzi I'm talking about, why he keeps heading towards that Vayne. Why is he not going towards that Caitlyn?
It's a good question. Obviously, RYL wants to go for the 2v1. That is what they're best at. So if they get the Vayne, they get a long 2v1, the Vayne will be a perfect pick for them. But so far, they have not been able to get the proper 2v1s. I think he needs to do it safe and go for the Caitlyn so he can actually survive the 2v2 against Piglet without Piglet getting too strong. And here we go, we have the Caitlyn.
Yes, and now this is SKT finally having to adapt a little bit, because as far as supports go for Pumandu, Zyra and Thresh have been absolutely dominant for him in both games. We know the 80 carries for Piglet have been, especially against the Caitlyn, generally, I'm thinking of Ezreal because he's the safest 80 carry as far as laning goes, and he had such a strong game in Game 2. But they have a little bit of freedom here to just pick whatever support and 80 carry they want. If they want to make RYL's kind of counter pick, go for the lane thing, not work as well, because that has to be what RYL is going for and what SKT has to go for as well.
Well, as expected also, he went back to the Zyra. She's one of the best picks against the Sona or that hard engaged combo. Because when Sona goes in with Flash ult, you put down your Zyra ultimate behind Sona so it hits the enemy team going in. We actually saw it in the mid-team fight though, where SKT lost it. He still put down his ult after the engage on Piglet and 4 people got knocked up and kind of saved Piglet at least until the Kassadin came in with the Flash Rift Walk.
So the fact that they picked Corki as well, I think is also more against getting dove on, because if anyone is going to be better at cleaning up from people running into Zyra's Stranglethorns and Grasping Roots, it's going to be Corki for the more damage. I do like that pick, especially if SKT is expecting 2v1s.
Oh yeah, but even in 2v2, they will now have a strong combo to fight against the Kennen. If they're gone for like a Syra Vayne, for instance, they would actually have given the lane to RYL. So now they're making sure they have the strong lane, and they're making sure that if they get 2v2, they will do everything they can to outplay them.
So let's talk about those mid lanes, because that has been one of the pivotal points.
Yeah.
Whites and Uzi, Faker and Whites actually have been pretty close in those lane phases. We saw it last game, despite the fact he got Zed. He went big. Whites did on Kassadin, that's the word I'm after. That's potentially a top lane Kennen, I believe, not Whites.
That is definitely a top lane Kennen. And now they're just going through all the champions they have for top lane to see what can handle the Jax. Kennen is a good option, but I am afraid that he will not have a much easier time than he has been having the last few games, and this Jax will once again be a huge problem.
Yeah, SKT has their choice of kind of what they want to do here. I think the Jarvan is for sure. The Nidalee I'm not too sure about. The reason that I think Bengi's going to be playing Jarvan, as Piglet's having a little fun with this one again. He had the Quinn in the last game. Quinn again. Come the 5-second mark, he's going to make his real decision. The Jarvan pick, though, is almost an absolute, just because Bengi is so strong with it.
The Gragas pick now here is really good because it's the safest pick to have.
Yeah.
If they went for Ahri, RYL could have gone Vladimir, which they really consider a counter for Ahri.
That's got to be Fizz coming in from RYL after this.
It pretty much has to be Fizz, and they have to snowball the early game and then win and get back in this series. So we are right now hoping for Fizz.
Well, we'll see how it works out. How do you counter how do you see the Kennen versus Jax? Because this is one of the counters we talked about possibly against Renekton. How does he do up against the Jax?
Well, he will be able to farm safely. That's the thing for Kennen. And he will be able to do that throughout the entire lane phase until they hit about the level 9-10 points, where Jax is simply going to start outscaling and he can simply start outpushing Kennen. But by that time, hopefully RYL is not that far behind us. They've been in these two games, the two first games, and they will be able to start doing proper team fights where Kennen will really shine. And now we got the Fizz.
Yeah, and I look at SKT's team comp right now, and it is very similar to the things they've played in the first 3 games. They actually haven't had to change all that much about their playstyle, even though they've had 2 games, or even though they had that first game on the red side. Although this time their lanes are not quite as strong. So Faker's performance in this one, as well as Impact, are probably going to be the 2 most pivotal lanes, not so much the Piglet and Mandu lane, I think.
No, but this is what I want to see from RYL. Stronger lanes all around, and a chance of actually winning the laning phase, maybe get the first dragon, get the first few towers, and then start snowballing. If White can get a few kills on Fizz early game, he can definitely carry this game alone.
Well, there are the teams, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much once again, Deficio, for taking us through that, calling quite a lot of those picks, I might add, you guys. You have really done your research on this one. So, Game 3 is upon us. If RYL can pull out a win here, we'll see them back in towards Game 4. But if tragedy were to strike in that dangerous, dangerous level 1 zone, which they have been going towards, SKT could be taking away the cup. And well, I think everybody wants to see a Game 4 here, Riff.
A big focus has to be them winning the lanes. Like Jet said, if you lose every lane, you're going to lose the game. And it's been somewhat different picks coming in for SKT. They've shown a few different things, but if they can keep going with the same sure thing that's winning it, it's harder every game for RYL to ban it out.
And the thing I find most interesting is that Faker went back for Gragas. Yes, it was a safe pick, but it is not a counter pick this time. Faker is saying that he's settled in at this point and he can handle anything that people throw at him. One of the legends of Faker before the World Championships is that he could win matchups that he wasn't supposed to be able to win. Let's see if he can do this one.
Let's see how it works out, because Whites is on his fabled champion. It's the champion that's always been banned against him in the Chinese scene, but this time around he has got on that Fizz. We've seen some fantastic Fizzes throughout the Season 3 World Championships, thinking back to Peke's 17-1-3 that he had on it, but then again it didn't work out too well against RYL. Will we see any level 1 play from these two? Because so far, up against the Zyra, I wouldn't want to run into the jungle of SKT.
Zyra is so dangerous, but RYL could put out some significant damage if they were to group up as 5, but this is so different from RYL. They're just setting up a completely defensive line, and this is no way in the way that RYL played in the semifinals. They are definitely off their level 1 start game, but I do think it's because the fear of the Zyra.
See what they got. They're 100 gold up right now. That's pretty efficient for them. Starting with those masteries for top A, getting a little bit extra money. That's what that will be. We do know, as we saw Impact hitting that ward towards the top lane, so everybody is privy to that location. We'll see what we have going on here as everybody's trying to figure out which lane they really want to go to.
Yeah, they spotted Godlike in that top lane, and you can see already 2v1 switches coming out from SK Telecom, so they want to send Piglet and Mandu in towards that top lane.
You can hear a Royal chant attempting to come out from the crowd, trying to cheer them on for this game 3 win, but I don't know how much the cheers are going to help the level 1 jungle sneakiness.
Nobody looks like they're getting in for that force smite on this time. It was something that Royal tried to test their hand at the bottom side of the map, but everybody stays safe once again. And we'll actually see it is Bengi going to put himself for the 2v1 lane, so he will be going to the correct one, and it's actually going to be Lucky going to his 2v1 lane on the 2 side, so a little different.
Yeah, last time we saw this, Impact went towards those golems as well, so expect him to be going into that lane very late. Godlike's going to base check in there. He downs the flash away from this one. We do see Exhaust already burnt out. A flash for Exhaust. That was a very good start for SKT.
This is one of the side effects for Royal of not scouting the lanes with any wards or jungle invades, but that's a classic situation of what happens if people are in here? It's bad. What happens if people are not in here? It's not as, like, just don't check. There's no good outcome from checking that brush, and Godlike has to use his flash.
If it comes up to a 50-50, you don't do it. That's the best bet. That's what we're saying here. Nothing has been swayed too much because of that, but there may be a bit more focus in that top lane for the gank onto Godlike with his flash being down, coming up around 7 minutes.
So last time they did this, 2v1, they did push the tower very early, Royal Gaming, so Royal Club, sorry. And we'll see whether it works out for them this time around. Early advantage is being gained by Whites, but, you know, Faker's just going to farm out up against that turret, be very passive. And Impact, you can see he's going to be sitting on that turret. He's taken a lot of damage early on, though.
Yeah, but even though these are 1v2s, Impact has been outplaying Godlike in all of these games. And the fact that Godlike had to go back to base immediately, Impact is going to be ahead of him in experience, even if he's only 5 ahead in CS.
Godlike trying to soak up a little bit of experience as he knows he's being forced away from the turret here. Might even have to take his E on that second spell at level 2 just to get into his safe range. Godlike, he's going to be pressuring this top lane, so it's going to draw Lucky up for quite a bit of time.
Yeah, and Mandu's Zyra is just so potent. He is an incredible harasser. As far as supports go, Zyra has the longest auto attack range, if we don't count Annie, because that's kind of a new support. But as far as 575, it outranges Kennen, and Mandu can trade without getting damage back.
Great aggression from Mandu. They're actually locking up Lucky, just keeping the pure aggression on Godlike, making it sure he couldn't get that siege min and keeping away from the big chunks of gold.
Keeping Piglet healthy in that top lane is all they're looking to do. We do see Bengi soaking up some cupcakes here for Impact in the bottom lane. No ganks coming from those red or blue buffs, so it looks like they're just going to hold off on the mids. Whites and Faker going at it, 21-19 on the CS. It's really the first one to back that gains that huge gap, and usually don't come back after that, so we'll have to see how that level goes, as they are both 4 in mid lane.
Yeah, both junglers being drawn to help out their solo lanes, and it seems to be working okay for them so far, but it does mean that that early aggression from Lucky on Elysian will not be coming into play. He won't be able to get down this bottom, but look at Bengi. Set, ready to pounce. They're going to go Rosie. He is going to get quickly jump away from that one, tries to turn that aggression around, but again, it's another flash burn for Royal.
Yeah, and Royal at the moment is pushed back to almost all of their turrets, which is the situation they've been trying to avoid in both of their 2 losses. If Royal cannot take down early turrets into the game, it has been shown that they don't win games.
And with the vision of him bottom lane, they know Bengi's not going to be here for this. They don't decide to continue connecting, even though he's very low on mana. Faker is in mid.
So Godlike in trouble here on this top lane turret. He's going to have to lightning surge away from this one. He's just simply being bullied away from this turret. Both level 4 top laners up against the level 3 solo.
And this is a slightly odd choice here by Royal as a team, because Lucky chose to go jungle as opposed to continue to 2v2 lane, because they were in a form of just trading as far as 2v2 lanes goes with even gold. Instead, Lucky has tried 2 ganks onto Faker, so they're sacrificing Godlike's farm in an attempt to help Whites' Fizz get going.
White's there with no mana. They're really trying to stretch out the last of what they can get. Maybe Lucky's just about to go back. Yes, they're trying to get something off a last gank before he needs to buy. It was a little weird with Whites having no mana, but the pressure is still on. They have to keep Bengi towards the mid lane. With Flash down still for Godlike and Flash now down in the bottom lane, they have to give him something else to think about. He cannot get to those lanes.
Godlike tries to go aggressive on Piglet. In a moment, Mandu shows himself. They switch around, but look at this top lane push from Royal. Godlike thought about drawing them in, maybe could bait them in there. We do have the lane swaps coming out early, so this is Royal switching it up.
Yeah, and no matter what happens in these games, it seems like Impact is always the one left free farming on Jax. And when RYL played against OMG's Jax, they were able to capitalize when Jax was off pushing lanes. But since the rest of RYL's lanes are losing, they're not able to do that. So while Impact is free farming, RYL isn't gaining anything from it, and they're only increasing the monster that is Impact's Jax in the first 2 games and maybe even this third one.
And being a Kennen player myself, this is rough. They're putting him in a 5 to level 3 lane here. Impact
6.
Did now 6. The ultimate's up, a giant minion wave and Bengi on the backside.
There's not a great deal Godlike can do about this one. He's just going to drop and die on the turret. It's first blood for Bengi.
And that is just the entire game coming to a head right there, because Godlike had been denied due to early mistakes, and this 7 minutes later is when the capitalization happens from SKT.
Uzi trying to get himself a little bit of food in that top lane, but they both get out. Piglet, you can see, bleeding pretty bad. Faker, level 7 onto the 6 of Whites, and he plays a little bit of the playful trickster in his favor.
Just slippy sliding from that one, but look at this. Bengi coming in for that blue buff, and I don't think anyone's going to be able to counter this one. Godlike's not going to get involved in this one. He's a level behind. That's a blue steal, clean done by SK Telecom.
And SKT is starting to take hold of this game already. They're already up 2-0 in the World Final right now. This could be their road to a 3-0 if they can hold these lanes, if Bengi can continue to gank, and if Godlike stays behind Impact. SKT is in a fantastic position for this one, but it is far too early to call.
So the lane swaps right now back. RYL changed this up for themselves, is what they're working with. They're trying to adapt now 7 minutes into the game. We have seen RYL drop a turret by this time. We've also seen SKT up in turrets by this time. Now 1-0, about 1,000 gold lead coming in for SKT and Faker. It's really all on to Jarvan, Bengi with that first blood and the assist up to the top lane.
Good counter there from Lucky, getting in, taking away that red buff. He'd already lost his own blue. Bengi will be taking that, giving it across to Faker there. Oh!
Wait, did? Yeah, it did.
Yeah, he did.
That was the other blue.
Whites is looking at going down the bottom. They're going to try a 3v1 dive in this bottom. I'm still not sure it's going to work because it's against the Jax.
And here's another thing. They could just go for the Dragon. There's a jungler and an AD carrying a support from SKT up there, but instead they're trying to shut down Impact. They land the Shark.
Impact had to know. He started walking back already. Godlike goes in. He's not even 6 yet. He can't throw down the slicing Maelstrom. They're still going. It takes 3. Impact gets away. The ult just wears off. Woo. It looks like he's going to go down. Whites will get the kill, but look at Lucky at Godlike. They did not fare well in this fight.
Yeah, uses the Ignite, cleans that one up, but look at the top lane. They are coming up the pressure there, but RYL actually responding to this one, realizing the danger and already backing away.
Let's see what the trade is right here. If RYL can stay alive, I actually think that was a good move overall. They might just end up trading turrets, because even though RYL has Godlike and Lucky incredibly low, there is absolutely nothing that can threaten them, so they should be able to trade back a turret.
We see Godlike finally getting 6. That slicing Maelstrom is up. Maybe a Dragon coming up for RYL. They have the area and crowd control effect to get in here. They're going to go ahead, possibly get this turret. Godlike, make sure they grab it down. And they're going to go back, possibly to set up for that Dragon.
Yeah, they had to make sure that was completed. So gold is still in favor of SK Telecom. So 1-1 in turrets. This is the first time they've been even at this stage for the first 3 games. And it does mean the Whites and Faker are going to back away from this one. That was a kill for Whites on his Fizz.
And most importantly for RYL, that was a kill that turned into an objective, which is something they haven't been able to do yet in this series against SKT. Now, because Uzi's Caitlyn is so proficient at shoving lanes, they're actually getting some turrets down, so the map control is not entirely one-sided.
Oh, Stranglethorns goes down. They go aggressive. Didn't really catch on anyone. Look, he's waiting to try and safeguard away from this one. Godlike there in support, but I believe that middle turret will be going down the next wave.
Looks like SKT is always moving at the right time. The mana bar is very low for Whites and Uzi right now. It looks like they are going to put themselves in position for a Dragon. The pink wards coming out. They pull a 10-minute Dragon. It has been the later one. So these teams slowly knowing to give respect to the other one.
Yeah, that's going to be a clean Dragon as well. They put pressure on that bottom lane again. Godlike finally hit level 6, by the way, down that bottom lane. So he is going to clear out the wave, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get dove upon once again by SK Telecom. There's 3 members heading towards him.
Yeah, and that is a huge swing in gold. 975 for the Dragon and 750 for the turret, so 1,700 gold basically going for SKT right there. And Godlike is right back where they started before they executed the dive onto Impact and picked up a turret.
Godlike will still be all right. Nobody really helping him too much. They're kind of leaving him on an island now to be the facilitator of getting those fights started. The pressure now towards the top lane. We can see White's moving up. Uzi's not playing it aggressive, so he's kind of baiting him into this one.
He uses the ace in the hole, and Fizz on White's will surely catch him out here. He's going to come around the side any moment now. There's going to be the old cast going out. He is going to get caught. Chum the Waters will pop him up. Will it be enough? He's going to try and back away from this one. White's just dodges away, didn't have vision, and will not go for it. I think he could have got that.
It would have been tricky because the cask blew him so far back, and he knew that Faker did have his flash. At the best, he makes Faker burn his flash if he chases, and at the worst, it's one of those situations where there's people waiting from SKT in a brush, and they kill White. So I think it was a smart call for him to back away.
With that pressure in the top lane.
Impact!
Kabe getting caught out with the team is there. Impact trying to go very deep. Whoa. A very nice hit up on Godlike. He's forced to flash in, and they can't get the damage down. Impact is somehow still running around the line.
He just jumps away from this one. They're going to turn it back around. Godlike just gets mashed where he was. Mandu is the one that picks up the kill, and Faker, well, he's thinking he can get some as well.
It's the dunk squad right there for SKT. Impact and Bengi doing work in the jungle, completely catching Tabe and Godlike out of position, getting kills, and getting away with it. This could be an SKT roll through another turret.
Here they go, bottom tier, second one in. They're going to be looking for the inhibitors after this in just about every lane. The middle one doesn't seem like it's going to be standing too much longer. SKT is going around the horn. Looks like they'll go back to buy. On to the next one. The Athene's already finished with the Triforce coming in, sub 13 minutes. I think that might be one of the fastest ones we've seen throughout from group stage to now in the tournament.
Third game running, they've had no response to Impact's Jackson. You just got to wonder with those picks and bans, when will they learn to counter it or just simply ban it out, because they haven't been able to deal with it. SK Telecom had the exact same problem against Najin Sword in the semi-finals. They finally banned it out or picked it away from them.
And it's so interesting too, because we ask when they're going to be able to change. They won't have a chance to change if they lose this third game. Tabe is very clearly stated he is retiring after this World Championships, win or lose. So this could very well be his last game, and they need to find a way to deal with Jax. Already down 3,600 gold. 13 minutes into the game. They were down 5,000 gold last game and nearly mounted a comeback, but that is a tall task against a team as good as SKT.
SKT, a team, you might hear some of them say, you know, we have a leader, yeah, it's in Pumandu, but a lot of them also say that the leader is all of us. All of us hold those conditions to be a leader, and we can do it. So they communicate during the fights. It's not just one person. You can hear it. And I think the coolest thing they said is, we're friends, but we may not show it on stage. We'll show it in our gameplay.
14 minutes gone. Items all heading SK Telecom's way. You can see the Trinity Force on Piglet. Trinity Force will be on Impact. The next moment he backs away, but instead he's going to get eyes on towards Uzi. Is this going to turn around? Bengi comes in there. Bengi in trouble. You can see the Jump the Water's going to pop along with Static Shift. Will it be enough to get on towards him? They will pick up the kill, but will it be the detriment? Because look at the top lane. Oh, the tower, not quite.
Flash from Flash. Pumandu getting a little antsy on this one. Tries to get in with Zyra. He may put himself in the water here. No, Whites gets popped up by Stranglethorn. Coming around the side.
SKT's behind him,
Can he finish it? The Shuriken misses. Where's Whites? Oh, Impact comes in to save the day, and not even Whites can believe it.
Whites took both hands and put them into his face after that play. Because that could very well be the last mistake they get to make that clinches this series for SKT. They overdived right there. You could clearly see that they were tunneling for that kill because Faker was on his way down when RYL tried that dive. The fact that they died for it and didn't even pick up the kill could very well put them on tilt here.
We've seen this so many times from Royal Gaming Club. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. They just keep on going aggressive. Keep on pushing towards them. SK Telecom have had an answer every time they've done it. They've got to learn to be a little bit more reserved.
Uzi again trying to bait one in. You can see down to half health after 2 abilities coming out of Faker. He has the blue buff, and they don't even want to pressure the 2v1 here. The Lich Bane finished out for Whites. The spike in power would have absolutely helped on the last fight. They are still pressuring. They are still in this game. 5,000 gold behind at 5-2 in kills. Coming up on 16 minutes here.
And with that 16-minute marker, we're just now seeing that Bloodthirster just probably being picked up. That is extremely late for Uzi. He needed that at 13 minutes, and White goes in while Caitlyn's not there.
Playful Trickster up and down. The crescendo does stop the reinitiation. It's Piglet. Nobody's touching Piglet. They're all running away. Faker makes the fight continue, puts Godlike in the fray, and they're gonna take down the turret. Oh my gosh.
Piglet is an assassin. We saw his Mystic shots in the previous game and his rockets in this one, but you have to say, RYL is making some questionable decisions. White, he had the failed turret dive, and then that initiation baited Tabe and Godlike into dying, and this could be an extremely early inhibitor for SKT.
Jat, I feel we're back in Shanghai right now. Korea versus China, the All-Stars. It went heavily in favor of Korea once again, and this time around SK Telecom proving to the world that they surely are the best team right now.
A 16-minute inhibitor, RYL desperately trying to get away. Whites didn't play full Trickster over that waltz, and they just cannot chase down onto SKT. Even if they could, they might lose that fight.
Good guy Faker, body slam, saves the ace in the hole for damage, and it looks like they're gonna set this up. Godlike is right there. They have it. They got what they need. They take down Godlike again, and just like last game, he was on Rumble. They are focusing him every fight.
Absolutely blown up. And let's take a look at that previous team fight. Whites is all alone. We talk about going in together. When RYL works, Tabe leads with that crescendo, not follow. Godlike could never get in for his cannon ultimate, and Uzi wasn't even there, so SKT could capitalize. Piglet, max range W to a max range missile, and he picks up yet another.
Disastrous, disastrous stuff for RYL. They are now 8,000 gold behind in potentially their final game with this lineup. White, alongside Tabe, has also announced that he will be retiring. If Tabe goes, he will go with him, and that's a big, big move for RYL, who themselves have been fantastic this season, but SK Telecom, who can stop these in the world right now? KT rolls to beat came, we're pretty much the only team that's come close. Najin Sword almost did it, but right now, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
No way.
Especially with that steal. And we know SK Telecom is a team who are slow starters. They lost a game to OMG in the group stage. They lost 2 games to Najin Black Sword in the semifinals. We're on the brink of elimination for 2 games in those semifinals, but once they get rolling, it seems like no one can stop them. If SKT wins that early game, which has been their weakness throughout the World Finals, there doesn't seem to be any coming back.
Deja vu for Tabe, finds himself needing to ward in the jungle, but SKT is already waiting for it. The pink wards are coming out in abundance right now, and there really is no safe spot to ward.
And this is just telltale signs. SK Telecom setting up kills, setting up ganks all across the map. Faker's going to come back around the side. Uzi's in trouble. Lucky's with him, but I don't think that's going to help out. Faker rolls the barrel in there and just bullies them out of this lane. He's quite confident because the rest of his team, they're taking Baron.
Faker is just playing like an offensive lineman right now, keeping RYL away. If anyone came in, he would blow them back or block them away with his explosive catch. That's a Baron for SKT before 20 minutes.
They're coming out very strong. RYL-esque, if you will. RYL was taking 20-minute Barons versus Fnatic. Not contested. It looks like it's going to be happening for them as well. Getting a little bit of their own medicine. Now pressured on the second tier turret that they would lose now in the top lane. They've lost them all.
They could get dove very soon here. This turret is incredibly dangerous to hold. RYL might lose it here. They're already down 10,000 gold and a Baron. Those barrels are crushing RYL down right now.
That surely needs to signal they disengage from RYL. They have to back away from it. Both of them, Lucky almost getting caught out. They're going to have to safeguard to Uzi. And that's an easy turret for SK Telecom. It's 7-2 in turrets, 11,000 gold lead. SK Telecom, they are already etching their name on that cup.
They can smell it right now. They're going to be going for the second inhibitor turret. There's already one down. RYL doesn't even have 5 people here.
Throws down the slicing Maelstrom, forced to go in, but he was Stranglethorn back. Can they continuously get the fight? Piglet got Chum the Waters on him, and they're now absolutely running for the fountain. This does not look good for RYL.
This doesn't. Crescendo catches all of them. It's a double for impact. They get on the fountain. SK Telecom are just rolling through. The Nexus turrets are potentially going to go down. This could be a 20-minute game for SK Telecom. They will be the Season 3 World Champions here at the Staples Center.
And it was the most impressive victory at the end. SKT is the team that starts slow and finishes even stronger. But they started this best of 5 with a win. And after that, there was no stopping the Korean powerhouse.
SKT Telecom come into this game saying, you know, the Champions Cup would be lonely at home if we didn't bring back another one. So they find the Summoners Cup, and it will be placed in the SKT house right next to their win from Korea.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hype train is real. SK Telecom have won 2 trophies in the space of being together for 6 months.
Yeah, this is almost a new team, and not even say almost, a few months of last year into this year.
Sometimes when you have talent come together, everything just clicks. And you could tell for SKT, they definitely have some growing pains in the early game, but when they solve those things, they just seem nearly unstoppable. That last game was under 21 minutes. They had a 15,000 gold lead. It was 12 kills to 2. If they would have played a game 4, I don't know how fast it would have been, because it seemed every game they got farther and farther ahead of RYL.
And while nobody wants to see a 3-0, we have to take our hats off. That was an impressive performance by SK Telecom. They have dominated all 3 of these games. Game 2 was a little bit closer. Game 1 was in the back for SK Telecom, and Game 3, that just didn't even come close.
Yeah, and it's got to be tough for Tabe and Whites here. They came so far. No one really expected RYL Club to make it to the finals, and then everyone got behind them. So many people were picking RYL Club to come down here, but at the end, it was too much for them to overcome. Tabe will be retiring after this one. 2nd place at the World Finals. It's nothing to laugh at.
And another thing both of these teams said coming in was the mentality. It has to stay up. And we saw that it did for a while. RYL was winning 4K down fights, coming up with aces, able to get kills. But it was truly the mentality of these teams coming in, the camaraderie of their teammates next to them. And you can see SKT taking in the fans.
It's a standing ovation for everyone on the floor right now for SK Telecom. They were the favorites before this tournament, and they are good. The best team in the world.
And let's be fair to Korea. They've been in the finals 2 years running now. Azubu Frost last year couldn't quite pull it off.
Right.
SK Telecom just absolutely dominated the Worlds. They had it, I wouldn't even say a shaky group stage, because they went 7-1. They only lost 1 game to OMG. Najin Sword, the Korean team, was the only team that actually took them close.
Yeah, this was a good statement right here by SK Telecom team. I mean, Faker, how much potential does he have? He did seem a little shaky, but it was too Gragas. The thing that he couldn't seem to stop himself, he just played it himself.
It really an overall great performance, knowing when they could go. A lot of times watching League throughout any of the seasons that we watch, the team would be so far ahead and they'd kind of stall. They don't know where to go. They don't know how far ahead they are, but assertive from group stage on, the teams here at Worlds knew when they had a lead, be it 2K, be it 100 gold, and they pressed those advantages. And really, once you do that, we saw Faker keep stealing blues. Little things here and there, it definitely did put RYL on tilt a little bit. The Analyst Desk talked about it, and we saw them fall into it. And how can you not when you're pressured that much?
Well, RYL is a team that if they do well early, they look incredible.
Right.
But if they do not do well early, you don't know what kind of RYL you're getting, which is why coming into the World Championships, we weren't necessarily thinking they were that strong of a team, but then something miraculous happened to RYL when they came in here. They started winning all their lanes. Their semifinal matchup against Fnatic, they were dominating every single matchup. That didn't happen against SKT. I think the long preparation time and honestly, somewhat odd picks and bans. SK Telecom's strategy of getting Jax all 3 games while denying the other 2 main top lane picks really played into this matchup. The Jax was unstoppable in all 3 matches for Impact.
And you've got to give it to Faker. We said in the semifinals, he looked nervous. He was on edge. He went 0-4 in that first game, but he got going on that Gragas. He's clearly been working that this week.
Well, when Faker was asked what his play style was like, he said, and quote, spectacular but reliable. So he knows what he can do. He knows his capabilities. And that was one of the other things he said. He's like, I'm happy to go to Worlds to compete and test the capabilities of myself.
Yeah, and considering he was nervous at the Galen Center, to be able to perform 3-0 at the Staples Center in front of a much larger crowd with the giant pre-show and the whole world watching him here, I mean, that really shows that he kind of matured in the short time and got past his nerves.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic stuff. Can anyone stop SK Telecom?
We'll have to see next year.
They have a little bit of time to try now. They do think up the strats, but it's all going to be changed, right? Changes coming into the game for next season. It's going to be big. It's going to be awesome.
Well, change may well be coming. But right now, let's send it down to the main stage and meet the Season 3 World Champions, SK Telecom T1.
Thanks very much, D-Man. Now, before we meet the champions, I'd like to welcome the co-founders of Riot Games, Brandon Beck and Mark Merrill, to the stage for the introduction of the team and the presentation of the Summoners Cup. Please give it up for Rise and Tryndamere.
Thanks, Sjokz. And hello, Summoners. Guys, from me, from Brandon, and from all of us at Riot, and all of you here in person and everyone watching online, thank you so much. Teams from around the world fought really hard to earn a spot in this championship. 14 teams rose above the rest, competing here in Los Angeles for the Summoners Cup. And now, we have our new League of Legends World Champions. Let's welcome to the stage, SK Telecom T1.
Guys, congratulations on your incredible run. You faced off against the best teams in the world, and your dedication and teamwork have earned you guys a place in League of Legends history. Now, we are honored to present you with the Summoners Cup. You guys have been absolutely dominant. It's amazing. Guys, here's the Summoners Cup. Let's give it up for SK.
What an amazing moment, but all right, everybody, we have to take a quick break and get all the confetti out of Riv's beard. But when we return, Quickshot and the guys will break down tonight's championship performance by SK Telecom T1. Plus, SKT solo laners Faker and Impact will join Jats to talk about winning the Summoners Cup. Don't go anywhere. We will wrap up the Season 3 World Championship with our special post-game show right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our post-game coverage of the Season 3 World Championship Final. We just saw SKT hoist the Summoners Cup. Take a step back and talk about how they did that. That was a 3-0 sweep in the grand final. It was a phenomenal series from SKT, and truthfully, it was a phenomenal tournament from them. They dropped the very first game to OMG all the way back in the groups, and you know, I was questioning, I was like, well, we'll see how it goes, but they just grew from there. In this grand final, championship final, RYL tried something new. We've seen some picks and ban strategies from them that I like in theory, but I don't know if I think pulling out new champions with those compositions in the championship final against this team is the right way to do it. Before I open this up to the table, I have to highlight Piglet. I have to talk about Piglet because he once again blew my mind. An 11.4 KDA on Corki and 5-0 with 450 gold per minute. At this level of play, those statistics are phenomenal at this level of play, and you cannot stop to crown his achievements.
And then Piglet was really good, but if we're gonna just dissect the games, we can basically start in the jungle because both junglers were really pivotal to the performance rather of both teams. Bengi, again, plays really well. Synergy with Impact, synergy with Faker. The mobility-centered jungling style works really well, and he plans ahead. Bengi knows what he's doing in his next 2 minutes. That guy has everything prepared. Never, ever will you see Bengi walk somewhere and be like, ah, no, that's not good, Daddy. Let's turn it around. Well, lucky sometimes. All credit to him. He's in the finals as well. Good player, but not quite Bengi level because he was walking down river quite a few times. Turned around, changed his mind. He was more of a band-aid jungle, trying to help out where he can.
And he did look especially indecisive in that last game as well, especially with his ganks on mid. You could really tell that the synergy just wasn't quite up at the same level of SK Telecom.
Yeah, you definitely have to shout out Bengi. He was a huge part to why they won the games. And I think that's also a huge part why RYL was banning Vi all 3 games, because in the scrims, they've been so scared of Bengi using that Vi and just coming to dominate the mid lane that they didn't want to let it through. Unfortunately, that meant they didn't have an answer for the Jax in the top lane, which got out of hand quick.
But that wasn't even needed. I mean, if you see these Jarvan ganks coming,
exactly,
synchronizing any lane that's behind, hell, even Faker, behind early in CS, doesn't matter. Bengi comes in, sweeps the lane, comes back again, focuses targets that lose their flash, so he keeps ganking the right targets. Really good jungler. Really, really good jungler.
Let's move this one on just a little bit. And I know we were discussing, like, as the game was going on, the 2v1 lane setups and basically how the team's trying to. We actually seen 2v2 matchups in the earlier games, but we did see it in that third game. What's your thoughts?
The 2v1 in the third game just destroyed RYL. They started Kennen with a Doran's Blade. Kennen with a Doran's Blade cannot 2 vs 1 at all. That is 100% them looking for the 1 vs 1 matchup with that Jax. That was supposed to be their answer to Jax, but then not only did they get 2 vs 1, he also face checked the bush, and it was heartbreaking from there.
And
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's true. And that one mistake caused him to fall so far behind in lane that then it rippled out big time. It forced that lane swap up into the top lane, and then you had the 6 Jax versus the 3 Kennen. It got bad.
There's not really anyone else to blame, though. They didn't put in the work to do the invade to get the vision so that they can go for that 1 vs 1 matchup that they wanted. They just assumed it would be top lane for them.
And at some point during all 3 games, they 2v2'd against each other, and there's a reason why Piglet consistently beat Uzi. So all credit to RYL. They picked Vayne twice and Caitlyn once in the series, which is very uncharacteristic. Like, that's something that you would see in Korea all the time, Caitlyn and Vayne every game. And those are matchups that Piglet's really comfortable with. And not only that, but Tabe playing Sona all 3 games is really predictable, and I feel like everyone's used to playing against Sona. That's not a strong lane to a lot of people. And then you saw multiple roams from Bengi and Faker, always 4v2 diving bottom lane, and that really is just what put them ahead of the enemy team.
Although, if we would have had those 2v2 matchups in game 1 and 3, this could have turned out entirely different, because RYL did a good job at trying to get to the matchups, but they didn't have enough vision, and a lot of these times, I think 2v2 would have been the better option for RYL, especially last game you saw once they actually swapped back, they were equal on levels, but they were doing a lot better job dealing with the enemy bot lane compared to how they were handling their 2v1s.
Yeah, one thing that really stands out for me from SKT's side as well is the fact that they almost took elements of OMG's playstyle, the tower dives, the super early roams. In game 1, they had a 4v2 at, I think, like 8 minutes. Game 2, they did like a 3v1 mid lane on that Castle, like super early on. It was something that I loved seeing SKT do, because in my mind, that's what OMG were going to do in this final.
And at the same time, OMG took something from Fnatic, using the teleport Kassadin, which was a good idea in theory, but they fell too far behind early game to actually show how it what actually worked. But in theory, it's good. You know, Fake is going to play Zed. He knows he's going to go roaming. What do? You play a good mid laner that can jump around the map and teleport at the same time.
Well, for the final point on the analyst desk, it wouldn't be fair to not let Monty get his say in. As the conductor, talk to me a little bit. I know you had some thoughts. Your final closing message here about SKT and just how phenomenal they've played.
Yeah, this is just, what a remarkable story from SK Telecom. When Doe and I were casting them in Champions, and they first showed up in spring with 3 players, and these are the players that we've been dropping the names of the most. Faker, Bengi, Piglet. Never played on a professional team at a professional level before April. And they come in, and I had heard all this hype about Faker. Oh, Faker's been #1 in Korean solo queue for a long time, had never seen him play. And then the LeBlanc game happened, which was very infamous, where he basically one-man dismantled MVP Blue. But to come from there, and you say, oh, these guys are great in lane, but they still have all these problems in their team fights. They still have all these rotational issues. And to fix them so quickly, and to come back in Champion Summer and take it, and they have just gone like a rocket. And it's just mind-blowing to me that we have such a new team, such a fresh team, with this level of synergy, with this level of play. You really have to hand it to...
A rocket-powered train.
Rocket-powered train, there you go.
I have to say, too, I'm very impressed with all the members because there's a lot of hype and talk about Faker, but every single member on that team does so much to come out with the victories.
Repo, what happened to the ticket that Monty was going to be crying?
You know what,
his
actually,
tears
I kind of kept mine, just in case. Is this still redeemable? Can I still redeem this?
No, but I got plenty more for you.
I got one more. Let me get one.
But as Monty did not need something to drench his tears in, I actually managed to salvage mine. Yeah, it's really hard to see, but a little tape goes a long way.
Yeah, a little tape goes a long way. Guys, thank you so much for actually chiming in. And thanks for listening to what we had to say about tonight's World Final. We're going to throw this over to Jet to hear exactly what the champions have to say.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And I'm, of course, joined by Impact and Faker from the world champion SKT T1. And I just have to lead this off with a question to Faker here. What does it mean to you now that you're a Season 3 world champion?
먼저 페이커 선수에게 질문을 드리겠습니다. 시즌 3에 우승자가 되셨는데 이것이 어떠한 의미로 다가오시나요?
제가 이 자리에 오기까지 진짜 노력을 엄청 많이 했는데 그게 지금 바로 오늘이라는 게 느껴지지 않고요. 그리고 또 오늘이 제 생애 가장 의미 있는 날이 될 것 같아서 정말 기쁩니다.
So I really put in a lot of effort to come this far, and it's surreal to me that that day is today, and I think today is going to be the most memorable day of my life.
Wow. And now to Impact. You guys seem to have a great plan in picks and bans against this team. What did you guys do in preparation for this World Final against RYL?
임팩트 선수, 이 팀을 상대로 밴픽에 대한 준비가 굉장히 잘 되었다고 생각이 드는데요. 이 팀을 대비해서 어떠한 준비를 하셨나요?
일단 레넥턴을 최대한 주지 말자는 생각이 많이 들었고요. 그리고 레넥턴 그쪽이 쉔을 좀 까다로워하는 것 같아서 쉔은 저쪽이 밴할 거라 생각해서 그렇게 밴이 됐을 경우 잭스를 저희가 무조건 가져와서 탑을 우위로 가져가고 잭스를 그렇게 밴픽을 해서 그리고 N이라는 변수를 자르고 나머지는 주기 싫은 거 앨리스 N 뭐지? 기억이 안 나네. 잠깐만요. 그렇게 잘랐어요. 그래서 잭스를 먹었고 그게 전략이었어요.
So we thought that their Renekton was really good, so we figured that we would take Renekton away, and we figured they were uncomfortable with Shen, so we prepared for their banning Shen. So we said, let's go with Jax if they ban Shen. So we went with that, and we wanted to eliminate any other variables such as Annie and I don't remember the other champions, but yeah, so that worked out well for us.
Yeah, it definitely worked out so well. And Faker, you had a lot of hype behind you coming into this, so many expectations. How did you deal with the pressure of everyone saying you were the best and having to live up to that?
페이커 선수 이번 롤챔에 오면서 굉장히 많은 기대를 한 몸에 받고 오셨는데요. 그런 수많은 팬들의 기대를 어떻게 그 중압감을 어떻게 견디셨나요?
저를 응원해 주시는 팬분들이 제 생각보다 되게 NA에 많으셔가지고 좀 많이 긴장이 됐던 경기도 있어요. 그런데 제가 좀 그런 생각을 거의 안 하면서 그냥 플레이했고 그리고 또 나온 성적도 제가 완전 최고라고 말씀드리기 어려운 성적이 나오기도 했고요. 그리고 또 제가 생각할 때 또 사람들이 저를 많이 주목해 주시는데 제 생각은 뭐 저나 다른 플레이어들이 다 저만큼 잘한다고 생각해서 별로 저를 응원해 주시는데 좀 안타까움이 많이 들었어요. 왜냐하면 다른 팀원들도 응원해 줬으면 좋겠는데 하는 마음 때문에.
So there were a lot of fans in North America that were rooting for me, to my surprise. So at times that came as a pressure to me, but you know, my performance during the World Championships wasn't that, you know, perfect, and I, you know, at times feel somewhat disappointed, or I feel as if I'm taking away the adulation or fans' cheers from my teammates who are just as good as I am.
Okay.
So it was a great championship, but somewhat disappointing as
Disappointing in a 3-0 victory. And about that final victory right here, I have to ask Impact, you know, what is next for your team? You get along as friends. Are you taking some time off? How do you celebrate the championship?
임팩트 선수, 이제 다음은 어떤 계획이 있으신가요? 좀 우승을 축하를 하실 건가요? 아니면 뭐 휴가를 가실 건가요? 어떤 계획이 있으신가요?
일단 집을 가다 오고 그 다음에 바로 WCG랑 윈터 시즌 남았어요. 그 시즌을 준비하도록 숙소에 가서 열심히 연습할 생각입니다.
So first of all, I'm going to take a vacation and go home. Afterwards, there's WCG and the winter split that we need to prepare for. So we're going to go to our gaming house afterwards and start preparing for our next steps.
Yeah, I guess there's no rest in the SK Telecom T1 house. And, you know, one thing that didn't happen in the finals is you guys won every single game. Previously in your best of fives, you would drop the early games. How do you stop yourselves from being slow starters? This is for Impact.
임팩트 선수, 이번 롤챔에서 처음으로 한 경기도 지지 않고 오늘 이기셨는데요. 어떻게 슬로우 스타터에서 오늘같이 좋은 모습을 보여주시게 되셨나요?
일단 1경기를 이겼기 때문에 1경기를 이기면 저희가 다 이긴다는 생각이 많이 들어요. 그만큼 1경기를 많이 졌기 때문에 그래서 1경기를 이기고 나서 3경기까지 이길 수 있겠구나 하고 이겼습니다.
So after winning the first game, we kind of believe that we can win the rest of the games, and that's because we dropped so many of our first games. So after we won our first game, we were able to believe that we were going to sweep.
And final question here to Faker, actually. Since this was your first experience playing outside of Korea, what is your opinion now of the other regions as far as League of Legends is concerned?
이번이 페이커 선수 처음 해외 출전이셨는데요. 참여하신 후에 해외 팀들에 대한 평가가 어떠신가요?
참여하고 나서 정말 여기 처음 왔을 때부터 되게 저희가 좀 우승할 확률이 높다고 자만했었는데 정말 오니까 정말 월드 챔피언십에 올 만한 자격이 있는 팀들이라고 생각해요. 북미 TSM도 저희랑 연습 게임 하면서 생각보다 약하지 않고 정말 질 뻔한 경기가 되게 많았거든요. 그만큼 여기 오는 팀들이 정말 강하다고 생각해요.
So when we first came to the World Championship, we kind of came in complacent, believing that we would be able to win the entire thing easily. But after a few games and scrims against teams such as TSM, who played very well and they were a lot stronger than I expected, they had many games where they almost beat us. I realized that the teams were really good, and I believe that all the teams that participate in the World Championships are they deserve their spot, and they're all strong teams.
Well, thank you guys very much for the interview, and congratulations once again on being the Season 3 World Championships. But now, let's send it back to a dear friend of mine, Trevor Quickshot Henry, at the Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Jad, and a phenomenal interview. We have to reiterate once again, congratulations to SK Telecom T1 for picking up that victory. Analysts and mostly gentlemen, tonight has been an unbelievable end to an epic World Championship, and I, for one, and I think everyone in the stadium was glad that you joined us for the ride. So thank you to Monte Cristo, Crepo, and Doublelift for the entire World Championship on the Analyst Desk. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause. Thank you for that one, guys. And then to you, the fans at home, and to the viewers and everybody tuning in from around the world, thank you so much for watching this incredible tournament. I really cannot believe that I'm actually saying this, but that does it for the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. So on behalf of the entire broadcast team, good night and thanks for watching.
Congratulations to Nathan Stork. He's still alive. He's still surviving. He stays alive. Ace for Royal Club. They are going to take down their Chinese rivals. Fnatic are going to go through to the semi-finals. This is the final for SK Telecom T1. They will be representing Korea at the Staples Center in the World Final. Uzi is alive, Uzi is doing damage. It's Royal Club going through to the Grand Final against SK Telecom T1. Does he manage to knock him up? Yes, he does. Surely the shockwave comes in, but it does not matter. First blood breaker. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of the World Finals going to SK Telecom T1. This could be a 20-minute game for SK Telecom. They will be the Season 3 World Champions.